start date.
Oh my god, they actually did it. You can play Doom inside Doom. It's already been done.
It's the 76th day of spring.
76th day of spring.
Is that because we were talking about Fallout 7?
No.
The elf is dead. We killed her. Not after she dropped like 4 other people or something like that. So at least now, however, we're off the hook for murder. We got this handy scapegoat.
I think she only killed me.
I mean, it's not like we killed anyone.
I mean, it was only an elf.
They tried to kill us, so yeah. Totally don't feel bad at all about that.
Yeah, I mean, she might have been kept in like a secret underground torture chamber by one of the lords, but hey, she did kill some guys.
I mean, but did those guys have it coming? Because based on that implication, it sounds like they did.
You know,
I don't know.
maybe.
I would think the elf did it. Like, it seems like something like an elf would do to try to like pin it on, one of the outsiders of. So it makes sense that she would make her torture chamber in the backyard of the of one of the lords.
Well, what's done is done.
And I believe we all, we got everybody off the hook for murder, and then we all went home and slept and had food and drink. And all was well.
Oh shit, they're coming out with Planet Zoo from the same people who made.
Yeah. So all was well. Everyone presumably went home, had a good night's sleep. Is there anything that you would all like to do on this fine Thursday?
I would like to carve an effigy of the elf who stabbed me repeatedly.
I would like to go out hunting, and then do some prayer.
Finally like to get started in that longbow training.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that too, for me.
Yeah, you guys get your training started. Well, okay. If nobody's got anything else to do, let's proceed onward. So, somewhere in the ballpark of lunchtime on Friday, a courier is gonna find his way to where you guys are practicing archery. On the grounds near the castle, there's a like a little shooting range in the ditch, and he's gonna hand a note to Agatha.
Alrighty.
He's gonna say, how do you say this? He's gonna say, "Morning, ma'am. I have something here for you. I need to report back promptly, so I hope that sees you well. Goodbye." And he's gonna kind of jog away.
Do I see?
I didn't hear that, Meta. What was that?
Do I see?
You cut out again. You can type it if you need to.
Do I see this person?
Yes, you would have seen him.
Okay. Seeing that he gave a note to Agatha, I would like to generally memorize like his facial features, what he looks like, what clothes.
Okay. He is a young man, looks to be in his late teens, maybe nearly 20. And he's human. A little short and sort of mussy brown hair.
Okay.
Can I tell if this is from a family member, AGR?
You're pretty sure you've seen that that courier around the castle back when the tournament happened.
Ah, okay. It's probably from Sir Jacob. I'll go ahead and open the letter.
Okay. It is pretty brief. It simply says that your presence is needed at the bailiff's office, and it has signatures of both Sir Jacob and the bailiff, whose name is Carl Fritzmund.
Just me, right?
It doesn't mention anyone else.
I'll assume this is probably some details about the incident with the elf. Yeah, I'll tell Emmy.
Short
I'm
for
heading.
Emmeline.
Yeah, I'm making a beeline to the bailiffs. They want me for something. I'll be back later. If
Okay,
anyone asks.
see ya. Whatever. I just go back to practicing.
I then make my way to the bailiffs.
Okay. So yeah, the bailiff's house is up towards the like south end of town, and it's right up by the wall. And yeah, you walk right in. Down on the main level is sort of mostly storage space. You have to go upstairs to get to where kind of the bailiff has his apartment. He has an office in there, like a bit of a reading room, right when you come in.
Mhm.
The bailiff is there, sort of scrawling away at some paperwork at a desk that faces the back. There's a window. He can't see you.
Carl, you wanted to see me?
You hear just this sort of loud and unpleasant sound of his wooden chair scraping against the floor as he turns around and sits up. And he says, "Oh yeah, come on in."
All right. I'll head on in and pull up a seat, assuming there's one.
There's a footstool not far away. Um, it's like halfway down the length of the room, but you can pull it up a little bit and sit down.
I'll just stand. What's up?
He says, "Well, I've had words with Sir Jacob, and it sounds like he has a job for you. He said he would be by a little later this evening if you could collect uh, your little miscreant band of friends. I think this would interest them as well. I also have here a let me dig through here and find it." And he opens up his desk. He has to fumble around a bit, find the key, and he unlocks his desk drawer and pulls out a small sealed envelope. It's just a bit of parchment that's been waxed shut, essentially. And you hear there's a rattle inside, and he just sort of gives it a toss in your direction.
Okay.
He says, "Well, as you pay this week, there's a bit of a bonus in there for you. You've been doing good work. If you'll go collect your friends, I think Sir Jacob should be here in before nightfall anyway."
Yeah. HR, would I know if this is for me for guard work or if this would be like for the collective party.
He indicated that that was your pay for this week, and there was a bonus in it. Your
Okay.
pay. That you normally do get an envelope like that.
Okay. Yeah, alrighty. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll go ahead and take my leave.
Yep. For what it's worth, that bonus equates to being large enough to basically get a +1 on one purchase. All right.
Okay. Well, I'd like to round up all the fellas. That might take some time.
Well, it's only lunchtime when you get there, so.
Okay. Well, the easiest one to get would be to meta, and can we just hand wave all the others?
Unless somebody would like to tell me that they're in some very strange and foreign location, then that you probably can, yeah. Is there anybody who thinks that they would be difficult to track down?
No, because we solved the murder, so I'm not out on the lam yet.
Fair enough.
I'm preparing to launch myself into space.
Heresy.
Well, you're easy to find if you're like on a pyre in the center of town, I guess.
T minus 57, 36, 35.
All right. So I guess you can track everybody down before nightfall.
I'm gonna have to be away from keyboard for a few moments. My apologies.
All right.
While we're waiting, I imagine this is how most people react to Revert showing up.
I fucking love that.
Oh, that's excellent. What is that from?
I have no idea.
It looks like a 90s or possibly late 80s commercial for.
It looks
It does
like a
have that
TSR
vibe.
commercial from like the 80s.
This could be like a commercial for 3.5 for all I know.
No, 3.5 came out in like 2004.
Yes. Well, yeah. See, that's why I said for all I know because I don't know
Well,
that shit.
going to the website, it is labeled 90s 80s GIF by the person who posted it. And the only tags are a wizard, infomercial, 90s 80s board game.
Do you need anything else?
Well, it wasn't that far off apparently.
I'm back.
It also
Okay.
says homework.
Well, yeah, because they're doing homework, I guess.
Were.
Yeah, they were until
Yeah.
fucking Merlin pops out of his.
Okay, so once you've gathered the party, do you walk them to where you go straight to the pub? Do you go you leave town? Do you flee? Do you flee? Do you
No,
you go
just
see
tell
if
them
you can
to
find a dog?
just tell them to gather around evening time. I assume it's still afternoonish.
Yeah.
Evening at the bailiffs. That's the plan.
Okay. Well, by the time you've reached everybody, you've really only got maybe 45 minutes of free time left.
Yeah, I guess the pub sounds good. Be loafing about a bit.
We go and get drunk at the pub right before our meeting with the important lord. Got it.
Since when have we ever made good decisions?
Well, any objections to that? We can also loaf about elsewhere.
No, I'm good going to the pub.
Where's the
Same.
tall one? Oh, the Goliath. That's right, Mister still has. Does he still have problems with his computer?
No idea. Haven't heard from him.
I thought the situation was he didn't have a computer.
Damn.
I mean, he got a new one and then something.
It blew up.
Presumably.
Well, to the pub.
Okay. So yeah, you make your way to the pub. There's a fair little crowd up there. The you see Gorgeous George up there. He's seems to be in the middle of a little brawl with a couple of maybe less than wise individuals.
Oh, sounds perfect.
Wait, the day done party's here?
I have to AFK for a minute. I'll be
Well,
back
given
soon.
that everything's not on fire, I'm gonna go with no, they're not.
We must be just down the way then. These guys are probably upwind from us.
But yeah, there are drinks here. They're even cool and refreshing.
Is there any food?
What passes for food
So
at
it
a
looks
pub?
like
Yeah.
Dark
Yeah, I'd like to get
Sorry.
some food and some water.
add a.
Did anyone hear Meta? Was that on
No.
topic? Was that about that?
Sorry, I got
Um,
distracted.
Did not
I'm
hear
trying
what
to figure
you
out
said.
where the.
It's okay. All right. So yeah. You don't have any trouble tracking down some food and water here. You get some stew, a little bit of reasonably fresh bread, and like a decent drink of water. The water here is, like not awesome. It's a little stale. It's a busy town. The the well water is okay. You just really want to avoid anything out of the river.
I just got the message back from Mister. Yeah, they're having some trouble finding a part for his computer, so it'll still be a while.
Oof.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so yeah. You all partake of some food, alcohol, water, whatever you prefer.
Beverages are imbibed.
Yeah. Does anybody drink like hard, or are you guys going like easy on?
I'm going
I-
easy.
Going easy.
I don't really. I mean, like I do, but not that much.
Okay. So you each have like a drink while Agatha has her meal, and you guys get going.
Yeah, this party's antics might make me an alcoholic by the end of the game.
What's the
Yeah.
worst that could happen?
Okay.
I just have a new goal.
Fuck.
So you finish up your food and drink. You head up to the bailiff's office about right on time, and yeah, the doors open. There's a guard posted outside, and he gives you guys a friendly wave when he sees you walking up.
All right.
Agatha, you recognize the guard that's posted outside is it's Paul. So you guys have like similar shifts a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm.
He says, boss men are all waiting inside upstairs for you.
Yep.
What's everybody's passive perception? Anybody decent-ish?
I have a
12.
13.
Okay. It's high enough that you guys notice that there are horses out here, and they're like barded with Sir Jacob and Sir Wolfland's like colors.
Yep. Busy fellows. All right. Guess we head inside.
Okay.
I've never met either of these people, have I?
I mean, if you witnessed the tournament, then you probably saw them, but you've never met them.
Out of curiosity, does this seem unusual? Like this many important people talking to well, peasants?
I mean, they're important, but they're knights. They're local. They're not. You're not exactly talking to the Baron.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so yeah, it's quiet downstairs in the bailiff's office. There's nobody down there. Um, you you hear a little bit of like jovial laughter upstairs, and there seems to be like a conversation going on up there.
Voices sound familiar.
Yeah, you definitely recognize them. It's Sir Jacob and Sir Wolfland.
Alrighty. Head on over to where the voices are.
All right. Yeah, so you guys do you all head up? Just Agatha, everybody? What?
I'll follow. I mean, if I'm.
I think we're all
That's
going
where
up
the
there.
group is
We
going.
were all invited.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you all sort of crowd your way in toward the end of the room by the stairwell, and it's crowded with this many in here, but it's not like overstuffed. And these guys are swapping war stories. Nothing particularly interesting, nothing that pertains to you guys directly, but they're laughing. And so Sir Jacob's sitting on that footstool, and Sir Wolfland has taken the bailiff's chair and spun it around, and they're sitting next to each other having this conversation. And the bailiff is just sort of standing in the corner of the room quietly, respectfully, with his hands behind his back. And they don't immediately notice you come in.
Good evening, folks.
So Sir Wolfland immediately gives you like an angry eye. And Sir Jacob stops, and he gives like a little, and he looks at you with not an angry expression, but maybe expecting you to say something different.
Sir Jacob, you wanted to see us?
And yeah, so he'll stand up and he'll say, "Yes, we did need to speak." Just a moment, and he's gonna walk past you guys, and he's gonna yell down to Paul at the bottom of the stairs. He's gonna say, "If you would you shut that door? We're getting a bit of a draft in here." And you guys will hear the front door shut. And so Sir Jacob will walk back past you guys, and he's gonna remain standing. And he's gonna say, "Well, uh, we're quite happy with the job you all did with that issue we had here last week. I hope I won't have to reiterate that that needs to be kept quiet. Um, the there is another matter we need to discuss, however.
Okay.
The we're expecting visitors in a week, and these are some important people. And Sir Wolfland and I are not entirely convinced that this matter has been entirely settled yet. And well, we've been talking about this quite a bit, and we've discussed it with Lord Albrecht, and we would we all think it is best that some further inquiries into this matter be made, and we make sure, for our guest's sake, that this matter is completely resolved prior to their arrival, if possible.
Do you have any leads on where to start for this?
Well, I have doubts that visitor we had was alone, spent any significant time in this town without some sort of help. I don't personally think it is very likely, based on the state we found young Ted in, or the state of his home, that he was keeping an elven guest. Although they seem to have certainly interacted. Um, Sir Wolf and I both believe that there may be another accomplice somewhere in town, somebody who harbored this woman, and possibly still has. We did find the space beneath that house. We have there's clearly a missing child here, somebody who I'm not familiar with, but all signs point to there having been a child in that home, and we don't have one to speak of, nor a corpse, which tells me that uh, they must be somewhere. Or would they run off into the woods by now? Who knows? But I don't think so. I think this visitor we had, her business would be done if that were the case, and you would not have seen her. So I quite suspect that this child is still somewhere in town, along with whatever accomplice that this woman had.
Could it be an elven kid?
Is it Ted's kid?
To the best of my knowledge, the man was childless. He was unmarried. Um,
Has anyone ever actually seen this kid?
no, but you have to admit there are signs that there was a child in that space. The uh, the small bed, the small chamber, the tiny shackles. They weren't keeping a gnome.
No doubt, but I don't really know where to start. That doesn't give us a whole lot of to go on.
Actually, what
Ted
about a
have
halfling?
any friends? People he was close with?
That brings me to our next problem, I'm afraid. Ted had been he'd been keeping company with young Lord Peter quite a bit over the past year, and this all makes Lord Albrecht quite uncomfortable, I'm afraid. We have concerns for the young lord's safety, of course, and there are some other young folks who will be coming into town with our guest, and I have concerns.
Do you think there's a way maybe to relocate this gathering while we try to solve this?
I'm afraid not. Lord Albrecht has very very clearly stated that he does not want this interfered with. It seems to be a rather critical matter to him, and we really can't let on that any of this is transpiring. It would be quite inconvenient should our guests not feel safe. Shall I put it that way?
Yeah.
Does the monastery run an orphanage?
You would know that they do take in orphans as like
Yeah.
to do jobs, but they don't have like a large number of them. They do their best, but they only house a few.
Okay.
AJ, out of character, did kids at the time go to the equivalent of school? I don't think so.
No, they might have tutors, but most of them are just getting job training from their parents.
Yeah.
Actually, how private of a man was the dead man?
Oh, Ted, he didn't seem a particularly private or a particularly deep sort of man. He I can't recall. I think he was a smith's son. He made friends with the young lord, and in doing so, secured himself a slightly more comfortable position in town, where they really just spent their evenings drinking and causing untold trouble. Nothing too serious, mind.
But
Did
like,
he
have people
have?
often frequented his house? Like, did people frequent his home, or was he always visiting with people outside of it?
I mean, he's only had that house for a few months. Um, he's not of a sufficient status to really accept a lot of visitors, but I know the young lord has been to his home on 2 or 3 occasions.
How old is this young lord?
Oh, he's just about 14.
Did they drink with anyone else, or was it just them two?
No, they would often start their evenings uh, in one of the local pubs. Um, they you guys would know that there are 2 in town. There's one you frequent and one you don't. Um, the we have unfortunately had issue where they um, have gotten themselves into bits of trouble after that. They'll drink for some time and then they'll take their drinks with them and travel around, find something to break or some manner of tomfoolery to get into. I once heard that they had stolen a cat and thrown it in a sack and then hoisted it up to the second story of, I believe, the tailor's house, and attempted to get the rope to swing so that they could loose the bag in the man's bed.
Huh.
You
I
ever
should
see them?
probably mention they also filled the bag with manure beforehand. So
Have you talked to the young lord about this matter?
uh, I'm afraid not. His father has forbidden him to interact with Ted at this point. He's a troublesome influence. So the young lord is unaware of his, uh, depending on your perspective, I suppose, his unfortunate passing.
You say the young lord had spent several nights over at Ted's house?
Oh no, nothing so prolonged as that. He had he had been in his house with a few of his uh, with a few of his accessories. He brought a few people with him, so he was not alone in the man's house. He was not there over any length of hours, but he was there.
And did they ever take women back with them to this house?
Uh, I would probably not have been told of this, but I assume they did.
Is there a
I mean, you would know that they have a bathhouse right outside the gates that would probably count.
Did the you said the young lord's father forbade him from meeting Ted?
Indeed.
Did this occur recently?
Uh, it occurred as a pretense to prevent the young lord from finding out about his friend's passing. They hadn't been interacting uh, for the previous week because we had the tournament and he had sustained that leg injury.
So prior to his passing, he was not forbidden from seeing you.
No. It was discussed that he would be allowed uh, his childhood, as the Lord put it. He would be allowed to make some bad decisions now to prevent him from making them later. I don't know how wise that was, but that's not for me to question.
Do we know of anyone else that was frequently in contact with Ted?
I think he was a bit estranged from his father. Um, uh, Alcoholism runs in that family, so I can't say I'm a huge fan of the man myself, so I understand. Uh, I wouldn't know. Maybe they may interact with some of the others at the pub, but not in my experience. The young lord has few friends, at least local ones. He, it's not fit to be seen with the rabble. He does not have many siblings, so.
Okay, so Meta says that.
Oh, I don't see it. Hold on.
Just for clarification, none of the crap I was saying before was ever said out loud. That way, no one can be taking offense to it.
Yep.
I take offense to it not being said, you coward.
I mean, I'm smart enough not to implicate the Lord.
Do you know of anyone else that might be good to speak to get more information about this?
If I had any leads, I would be dragging them to the dungeons, not asking you.
Actually, this is gonna sound real dumb, perhaps, but couldn't we just resurrect the dead elf and ask her?
You would like to go to the church and request one of the priests perform a resurrection ritual on the elves who
Killed several people.
desecrated the holy tree and killed many people.
Right, so we can torture
Yeah.
him to death while interrogating them.
Yeah.
I somehow doubt that the clergy will think that appropriate. Although I am not quite so against the idea personally. Sir Wolfland, by the way, has stopped having an angry glare for the first time, like the entire time you guys have been here, and he like chuckles at that idea.
What about Ted? Would the church people be able to resurrect him?
I suppose that may be a possibility, although they are. Well, I'm not sure how I feel about it, knowing their stance on his actions. They would refuse. We have not informed them.
And he was a friend of the young lord, right? Surely that's got to have some weight behind that.
We could likely see it done, right, Sir Wolfland? And he'll nod. He'll say, "Yeah, they don't know any better. I could probably see that done."
He would probably, well, it couldn't hurt to ask him. That thing under his house is also kind of weird.
Or do you want to resurrect him and then ask him about his kid in the sex dungeon in the basement?
Yes.
I
In
wouldn't
that
put it
exact
that.
order.
That's
Right as he gets off.
that's
the
very curt. But the questions about the bed
I
would certainly be
very
yeah.
strongly recommend we not let on while in the presence of any of the clergy members. that they have resurrected the man after those kinds of things, we would likely need to resurrect him and then allow him to leave unmolested until he is no longer on church grounds.
Absolutely. Last thing we want to do is cause a disturbance.
Well, we would obviously just have to take him to protective custody, as there are still possible elvish assassins after him. For his own safety, of course.
This does raise the question of why would the elf kill him in the first
I
and
don't
then hang
know.
around at the crime scene?
It makes no sense to me either, especially in the middle of the day.
I am missing so much information. What happened?
I smell a conspiracy.
Yeah, something's really fishy.
Yeah, wait a minute. So, I know I'm not like here, but the son of a wealthy lord got like disappeared.
No,
No, the friend of a son of a wealthy lord disappeared and was murdered.
Oh, all right.
That's less of a disappearance and more of a murder.
Yeah, so I think a good way to approach the problem is to arrange to resurrect Ted while we check his house again, I guess. What do you
oh,
think, Sir Jacob?
that's worth trying. I don't have any better leads. You all may wish to hurry along. Then they may have him in the ground by now. They won't be thrilled about digging him up.
Would I know who to talk to, AGR, about that? What do you call them? Not grave diggers, but the people that.
Undertakers.
There you go. That's the word.
I mean, the church has a graveyard, but you also know that there's not like unlimited space within there's a big church and a little graveyard in town. There's also another graveyard out on the outskirts, um, but like you you don't know much about the people there. No.
Sir Jacob, would you know where Ted's body is currently?
We turned it over to a few of the clergymen at the church in the center of town. They'll dress him and have him buried. They may already have done so. We don't. It didn't much matter to me at the time where he was buried. They can burn him for all I care, but I guess now that's a little inconvenient.
Yeah. Do you want us to talk to them, or do you got it?
No, I suppose. I suppose I should go. I will do what I can to secure this. I'll try to have them schedule the ceremony for tomorrow. That way, you have some time to compose yourselves and figure out what you'd like to say to the man. And they'll probably, if they've already got him in the ground, it'll take them a little while to get him out anyway. No, nobody wants to redig a grave in the middle of the night, and it is getting dark. Maybe head up to the church sometime in the late afternoon. I imagine they'll be ready for you by then.
All right.
Sir John doesn't seem to take any offense to that. He says, "Of course, I would not ask you to do as such."
I guess we'll investigate the house for a little bit, and then meet up with you in the afternoon, the church. Is that what we're doing?
I will head there now. Just report back to me once you've spoken with the man.
All right.
And yeah, Sir Jacob's gonna leave, and Sir Rolflin's still gonna be sitting there in the bailiff's chair for a minute, and he's just gonna kind of tap his foot around a little bit and kind of laugh to himself. And he's not gonna say anything, but he's gonna just like just put his hand on your shoulder and give you a couple of like slaps right on the back as he walks past you, Agatha. And yeah, he's gonna walk out. The bailiff's gonna kind of ease his posture, like Jesus, they were there for just too long, and he's tired of standing at attention.
All right. I guess now we check the house. If you guys don't want to do that, that's fine. I'll go and check for you if you don't want to do that.
I'm happy
I'm
to
fine with
check out the
coming back
house.
in. Yeah, same.
All right. So I think we're gonna check a spooky house.
Okay. Well, yeah. It's a pretty simple layout for the home. Downstairs is you've got like a kitchen dining area, and there's a bench that would work as a place to sleep, I guess, if you're desperate. It's padded enough and whatnot. Um, the upstairs has a like a bedroom with sort of a secondary dining area in there, as well as like another, like there's a door and a balcony on the stairwell. And there's a double-story fireplace at the back of the end of the house.
Hmm. In the kitchen, are there any drawers or something? Cabinets?
Um, there are shelves. Most of the like the kitchen utensils and whatnot are all hanging out in the open. There um, there are some herbs and things drying on like lines out there. Um, yeah, there are signs of fighting upstairs that you would have all seen previously. It looks like, I mean, the body's been removed, but it,
Is there a way to
you know,
determine how the assailant entered the building?
um, possibly.
Have we looked?
The room has a stairwell door. It's like a stairwell. Then you'd have to go through the door, and then there's a window, and there's also a fireplace. There's only 3 ways in. You see.
Is that fireplace been cleaned out?
No, but Revert's been through it. Actually, I think he did prestidigitate it a little bit when he went in.
Yeah, I did. So that I
Ah,
didn't leave
so
this
it was
huge
different.
cloud of soot.
Yeah.
Have we checked for magic?
We did the first time.
Yeah.
Can I like I want to check out the windows, the doors. I want to search for signs of like forced entry.
Okay. Make an
I'll,
investigation check. And Emmy, you wouldn't know. I mean, I don't think you would.
I'll follow Revat around and help him.
Okay.
So you're helping me?
Yeah.
Okay. So you check the front door, and I mean, it's a simple door. It's a sturdy looking wooden door, but it's nothing too special. It's not a barn door like a lot of these houses. Like it's nice, um, but it doesn't look like it would be too difficult to force if you really wanted to. It doesn't have any signs of force used on it. There's a window downstairs, which, I mean, it's got a wooden, like, sliding wooden plate that kind of covers it. It's a sliding wooden shutter on the inside, and all the windows downstairs have that, and they're all shut, and the slides for the shutters are in place. Nothing looks broken. Upstairs, the window is open, and the slide is fine. The wooden shutter is just open. The fireplace, like the flue, is open. So
Sorry.
you do remember the table being knocked over. A few things have moved since you were in here previously, but you remember, like, some of the stuff on the table was knocked over. There was a dented platter and some other things. So there's definitely signs of some things being, like, shuffled around, falling down. Looking, you see that there's a candlestick under one of the chairs on the side of the room, and you know, it does look like some things have, like, clattered to the floor. This table, come to think of it, is actually pretty close to the window where you came in, so it's possible somebody came down from the window and messed up the table. It doesn't look like that's an obvious conclusion. It doesn't look like that's definitely what happened, but it looks possible.
Could I check under the table and the beds for, I don't know, any scribbling or something? Thinking of something a kid would do.
Okay, so yeah, you check under the table, and you don't see any scribbling under the table. You check under both of the beds, the big one first, and you don't see any signs of scribbling or scrawling. You check under the child's bed, and you um, uh, you don't see any, like, scribbling or scrawling, but you do notice, like, a faint smell.
Can I try to pinpoint it?
I mean, you'd probably recognize it. It smells like kind of an ammonia-y, smells like somebody pissed themselves.
Oh. So whatever happened was probably while the kid was sleeping. Probably. Or maybe they hid in the bed. Hmm.
What if the kid was already gone?
Do I know how old the smell is? AGR.
I mean, it seems pretty set in. You feel the floor, and there's like this. It's not wet, but it's tacky.
E.
Yeah, it's pretty gross. Like, nobody bothered to clean it up, you know?
Yeah. I guess I didn't expect the fella to come back in or whatever.
I will go to the dungeon and cast Detect Evil and
Okay. Um. Can you remind me of the, like, exact text of that?
For the duration, you know if there's an aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of you, as well as where the creature is located. Similarly, you know if there's a place or object within 30 feet of you that has been magically consecrated or desecrated. The spell can penetrate most barriers, but is blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch common metal, thin sheet of lead, and 3 feet of wood.
Okay. Um. I think the space down there probably counts as desecrated. Um,
And how far does the desecration go? Is it just down?
just in that small space. It really it's not a like a strong it's not a strong ping. It's a uh you would probably know that like this level of uh basically the read you're getting from this doesn't seem like a complex magical ritual. It just seems like this is a place where somebody was very afraid and like there was some malice and untowardness going on into this. This is the like you could probably go into any dungeon and get a similar level of this.
Can I
Like
tell how long it's been there? Like how old that
less than a month.
Okay, and I'll go back to the rest of the house and kind of just cover the house as well.
Yeah, you don't get a lot anywhere else. Yeah, I mean there's a moment of fear is not enough to ping it that whoever was in there was trapped in there for a while, real scared, and you do get a little of that kind of malice you can still feel as you go up to the main building, but not a lot.
Okay. I will let the rest of the party that is there know that the small dungeon down there is uh, not a place of happy feelings, and that whatever occurred in that place was within the last month or so.
All right.
Seems like the kid was being either left there or tortured there for a very long time. Long as in like a week or two continuous.
Just to confirm what everyone else is thinking, but do you guys think it is weird that we find a dead man in an empty dungeon and the killer of said man scoping out the joint?
Yeah, really
I
weird. Like, why would they stick around the scene of the crime?
yeah, I'm under the impression that the kid might not be a human kid.
Are you implying a love affair between an elf and Ted?
That or kidnapping.
How would Ted get hold of an elf kid?
While you discuss and debate that, I'll be right back.
My point here is that unless we're assuming the elf and the kid are totally separate from each other, this would seem to be that the elf and the kid are then connected. Otherwise, they have. I don't know if I'm making sense here.
There's some
Effectively,
connection. I know that.
yeah.
It's really
If
weird.
if the elf was here for the kid and found the kid, the elf would have no reason to keep scoping out the building. If the elf and the kid are totally disconnected, then that leaves us at a relatively serious dead end, unless there's additional information in the house.
Well, I could go back to the cathedral or whatever the fuck it's called, the church, um, and look through um, and research in the library, and try to find
any information on this symbol, the moon symbol and all that, and seeing if that's the symbol of like a cult, or it's a group of assassins, or it's, you know, some. Cause I mean, we don't. Do we know anything else about this other than that it's elven?
You know, I think about it. The knights were saying that the young lord and Ted were getting up to generally stupid shit, right?
Yeah,
Is it possible they did some stupid shit involving kids and elves?
that seems really, really stupid. I mean, it's one thing pulling pranks and being a miscreant. It's a whole nother matter of fucking with that stuff, but it's not impossible. I'll say that.
So, what you're saying basically is they're walking in the woods. They come across an elf child. They kidnap the elf child, and then the elves come looking for them.
Yeah, and if they found the kid, they might still be wanting blood, even if they found a kid.
It makes sense, but why the fuck would a child be in the middle of the forest alone?
Don't elves have to travel through the woods to find other portals to get to their shattered home, which was broken when they fucked up the world tree?
Do we know that? Meta doesn't know.
I mean, that seems like some standard theology stuff that you should, as a priest, know. It's
I
it's
thought
in
they
the
were just.
wiki.
I thought they were like just in the fae, in the whatever it's called.
Yeah, but the Fae got split up when they fucked up the world tree and stuff, and the Storm is not too happy with them. That or I'm engaging in like a serious case of metagaming because I misunderstood what AJR was saying.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't really know what to think. Why don't we think about some of the questions we would ask Ted whenever he gets better?
Are we
Actually,
still doing that?
here's another conspiracy theory train. What if the Lord's in on it?
I was about to say, I feel like you guys are getting Big Lebowski here. Like, you're just getting sent out on this errand so you can end up taking the fall for somebody else's.
Yeah. What if this group of people coming in? What if we're supposed to be getting rid of this elf problem because the elves have issue with those people?
I don't think it's very productive to entertain these conspiracy ideas without any real grounds. Why don't
I
we
think it's a
focus?
I
great.
can
I think it's a
manufacture
great use
grounds.
of your time because it gave me time to get some soup, and I would love to listen to more of your conspiracy theories.
AGR is changing the story as we're.
Well, maybe you're not even supposed to get
What
rid of the problem.
conspiracy?
Like, you guys are the problem. They're just using you to, like, kill two birds with one stone.
We're the problem?
I think
Well,
he's trying to say we're the fall men.
You're going to become the problem that they can get rid of and then wipe their hands and say, well,
Yeah, I'm getting the distinct impression that this is this goes a lot deeper than the evidence might indicate.
Yeah, it's exactly why I think we should find out what kind of questions to ask Ted. There's clearly a lot of stuff we don't know.
Do
He'll probably
we?
know.
What's the general public opinion of the Lord?
Well, if there's any disdain, it's not going to be said openly. The
So, I
knights do
mean,
that.
you guys, I mean, you're locals here. You've lived here and around here a long time. You would know Lord Albrecht of Sarkny is generally considered a pretty nice man. Um, he's not disliked by the peasantry, um, and nor are most of his retainers. I mean, this is generally speaking. I mean, the peasants don't get out much. They can't really compare their lives to the lives of like people in other regions nearby. But anybody who's done any traveling will tell you that this is a relatively friendly community.
See the violence inherent in the system. See the violence inherent in the system. I'm being repressed. I'm being repressed.
The plot bells ring in my head that there's sketchy shit going on beneath that nice vista of pleasant.
I would like to think they're good people. I mean, like, that knight bailed me out. Didn't have to. Certainly had no obligation. I'd like to think of them a bit more, well than that.
That just makes it easier to pin it on you. I had no idea. He was a trusted employee.
Exactly.
So, again,
Actually, that's something to bring up. You say employee, they're not paying you for this. Nobody's offered to pay you for this anyway.
Wait, what?
No, you're just told to
Ah,
do it.
in that case, we'll have died in service to the realm. They can martyr us.
We were just told by the knights to do this?
Yeah.
I guess it gives me something to do.
I think payment would be more than reasonable after this is settled. We'll definitely have to bring it up.
Right.
We might not being. We not.
Right. Well, in that case, is there any good silver in the house while we're looking?
Yeah, there's a big old silver platter that's got a big old dent in it. Because presumably an arrow hit it.
Oh wait, shit! We're not really gonna be able to pawn this stuff.
Yeah. Is
We
it?
can
Is there
sell
something
that.
less distinctive?
They don't really have a bunch of silverware. I mean, even lords don't use a lot of that stuff. There's a lot of like a whole like a person is expected to bring their own silverware. That's the custom. So, he's got like wooden spoons.
I mean, is this Ted's?
At Ted's house, he has like one set of kind of nice silverware, and he has wooden, like, he has a big old wooden ladle and a bunch of like he has a silver platter. He has what looks like a nice little brass candlestick. That's about
Right, but
some
people
nice
would
linens.
recognize that as like those were Ted's candlesticks. That was Ted's
Probably.
dish. Can't exactly go pawning that shit in town. Like, hey, wait a minute, isn't this Ted's?
Oh
Some of
yeah,
it's
Ted's
more
dead.
obvious
Didn't you
than
hear he
other
got
stuff.
killed by an assassin?
Candlestick could belong to, I mean, not anybody, but anybody from like the top 1/3 of people in town. Um, the platter with a giant dent in it um, could also probably belong to anybody. The silverware it has his initial on it, so it's probably obvious.
Meta really wants to take it, but
How about papers? You got any interesting papers here? Deeds? Magic scrolls? Books? Anything like that here?
You guys noticed last time that he didn't really have anything like that. You would know
I don't
he's kind
remember.
of an up-jumped peasant. He has nice things because he's friends with the young lord. He probably didn't know how to read.
Right, so he has nice things, doesn't know what to do with them. Got it.
Can I go look at the outside of the house to see if there's any markings or scratches to see if like people climbed or like to see if things
Sure.
were
Yeah, you walk around the perimeter. So here's what you see. In the back alley, you don't see anything really around the rest of the house, but in the back alley, you see there's clear like damage to the corner of the wall by the shed, and on the opposite side, at Bert Baker's house, there are axe marks in his wall.
Wonder how those got there.
Did you guys do this?
Well, I didn't.
I'm just gonna take that as a yes, because if you guys didn't do this, you would say something about it and make a conspiracy.
Wait, do what? Hold on. What's this thing?
The axe marks in the wall
Axe marks in a wall.
at Bert Baker's house.
Oh,
Across from Ted's house.
The ones
yeah,
that you put
no.
there?
No, I know what's going on with those marks.
Did you do it?
That's where I climbed the wall.
Oh,
Meta knows, but Emmy doesn't, so I have to get it out of you.
AGR? Thanks for including that bit of detail.
Mm-hmm.
that's so immersive.
Yeah, I feel fully immersed.
And this is on a plot of land that's hard dirt, so there wouldn't be clear foot tracks of people if they weren't on the main. Like if someone came in from the back, would you be able to see that, or is it hard dirt even back there?
It's pretty tough. You know, it doesn't track well. It's because it's packed. It gets a lot of you get the feeling it gets a lot of foot traffic through there. That little alley is a nice little cut through to get to a couple of the other houses back there. I think a lot of people try to save time getting to the well. They don't want to go all the way down the road. They just go through that alley.
Okay.
Wait, so this is a frequented alley?
I mean, if you guys hang out there for several hours, you see a couple of people go through there with buckets. Not like a ton of people, but a couple of the locals that, live like right behind there have been through there a couple of times. Yeah.
How long does it take
That
to go from Skeen to Sarkny?
A couple hours.
guys, that might explain why the elf was hanging out here. If this alley is used often as a shortcut by people who need to get water, and it's the only source for water in town, that's a great place to look out for people who are trying to find someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, why was she here?
We
We
don't
don't
know. Our interrogation proved a little aggressive.
She stabbed me, I axed her, someone shot her with an arrow.
Aggressive negotiation.
Well, yeah, I was just kind of like wondering what you guys were doing in the what a group of people were doing in that shed, and then this elf woman showed up. But why were you here, and like, did you know she was gonna be here? Did she attack you? Were you trying to waiting for her?
Oh, you're
Oh,
asking what we're. Long story short, well, I'll try to be a bit more descriptive than that, actually. So, one night I was pretty drunk, and I saw a person glowing blue running really fast. And I was like, what the fuck is that? I know I'm not that drunk to be saying shit. So
It's
I
an elf.
so I told the guard about it, and I went to bed. Yeah, that was an elf, and that guard was dead. It got killed.
I'm sorry. You said that you saw an elf running down the street, and you were like, "Nah, that's fine."
No, I reported to a guard. I mean, I was drunk and I was off duty. I'm not gonna bother with.
actually, wait. How long dead was Ted?
You
Well,
talking
that was
about the
Fred.
guard?
No, no, the guy in the house.
Ted. We don't know.
We don't know how long dead he was.
No,
Nope. I mean,
not yet.
his body wasn't nastily decomposing, but it smelled bad.
Yeah, he could have been dead for 2 days. This is out of character. He could have been dead for 2 days. Could have been dead for like 5.
Could he have been killed? And when you saw that elf running, this would have been maybe the next day after killing him.
I
Well,
doubt it. The smell.
where was the elf running? Can you take me to that? Like in from where to where? In what direction? At what point? Like if we can trace her trail back, assuming it's the same elf. Where was she running from?
I mean, HR, do I remember that? She was running away from where I was.
Remember, she stood on the house, attacked, and then fucked off, basically just directly away from you in like across the roof. Basically, it looked like she was taking the closest way to like break line of sight.
Actually, there's a miscommunication. Meta, do you mean the first time I saw her or the second
Yes.
time?
No,
The
the
first
first time.
Yeah, HR.
Okay. So from the pub, you were heading northeast down the road, towards the tailor shop, towards your house, and the uh, the blur you saw was to the um, like like southwest, headed sort of um, northwest, like on the road southwest of you, heading into an alley that moved in a kind of northwesterly direction.
Yeah, I tell you that.
Okay, so if we turn her direction 180 degrees, where does it look like she was running from?
I guess from the tailor. I mean, I don't know.
I'm
No,
asking Age, like,
um,
what's in that direction?
well, directly south is the town well, or at least the closest one. And there's some market stalls down there on the main road. There's like a couple sets of houses, and back behind those is Ted's house, Bert Baker's house.
Okay, so she was running directly away from Ted's.
Directly might be a stretch, but it's possible she was running away from that house. Yeah.
Did you see what she was wearing?
I think she was a blur. She ran so fast. I don't remember.
Fucking elves.
What if we check out the path that the elf ran into the woods where we found the dead guard's body?
That was not into the woods.
Yeah, I was in an alleyway.
Wait, we buried him in the alleyway?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
should have
Oh,
seen it. It was
wow.
pretty
It almost worked.
I thought he
almost.
went out of town. Oh my god, that was a really stupid decision.
Yeah, you guys, they buried her or him in the alleyway, but before that, they got to a point where the footsteps that they were following just stopped
Yeah,
in
in
the
a fort.
middle of the road, not next to a wall or anything, just in the middle of the road.
That was on a forkway. It was either to the left or to the right. They could have gone, and the footsteps just stopped.
Perhaps we should check out that intersection.
I mean, is that an intersection that people frequent, or is that an intersection in the back of, two houses that no one ever went?
It's between like it's in between four houses, and it's like a three-way intersection. Two of those houses on the south side are like touching, so there's not enough room to squeeze between them. So it's still like a three-way intersection between four houses. It doesn't get a lot of traffic other than people all hang their laundry there from all those homes. So it ends up being a very secluded little alleyway.
Mhm.
Yeah, perhaps we should check out that area.
Well, let's go. Emmy doesn't know where this is yet because you haven't actually.
Yeah, it's right next to the bar. I'll show you.
You guys make your way up to that alleyway. There's a couple of local kids playing in this hole in the middle of the alley, and they seem to have filled it with water, and they're like making mud pies and throwing them at each other. The whole place is filthy and covered in mud pies.
Is this the hole where we buried the person?
Yes.
I just look at Revert.
At least something good came from that.
Almost worked.
Should we check the sides of the buildings and perhaps the one where the buildings are too close to pass through? If it's dark enough, perhaps the elf was able to slide in there enough to hide.
I mean, what I'm thinking is that chick, she's pretty like, I don't know how she does it, but she gets up and down. Did you see how dexterous she was? I feel like she just probably climbed up.
Or flew. Elves can fly, right?
Do
Can
we
they?
know that?
You probably wouldn't know that.
Oh, okay.
That's
Probably a
that's
rumor here and there, but
Revert might suspect it more strongly. Like he might believe that that's possible, but he doesn't really have a reason to know it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Reverend never really studied elves.
Meta
I'm
knows
not
that.
sure. I'm
which
not
is
sure
what-
where to separate the folklore from the stuff I know from reading through the campaign guide.
Yeah, well, you would know elves are spooky. They are also known for stealing children.
They're Krampus, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, they're known to be able to take human disguises. They steal children. They are like harbingers of death. So if they touch you, most like folklore says that it's like a curse and you'll just die. You'll just drop dead one day. And yeah, they're spooky, and you shouldn't talk to them.
If you can't tell, Emmy's a bit racist. For good reason, but
Maybe we should investigate where it was hiding, and maybe it left something behind.
she was hiding.
And there was
elves
evidence
gotta
of her living in
hide.
the house for a while, right?
Well, I imagine she didn't take the guard in open combat.
I don't know. I
Was
wasn't there.
I mean, we came up pretty quick, and then there was just, hey, look, guard with a knife in his back.
Oh God. Yeah, let's go look at that.
So can
Yeah.
we like investigate that area and like where that guard emerged from and see if there's anything out of place that might indicate like a dead drop or something?
You go where to look for a dead drop?
Where
The corner where that guard originally emerged from it at that night.
Okay.
with the knife
So
in his back.
at the three-way intersection, you go for the leftmost, like the western alley, and yeah, there's like a pair of clotheslines with stuff covering most of that alleyway. The clothes are filthy because the children have been throwing stuff all over the place. You know they're all gonna get their butts whooped. Like they're all gonna get whooped.
Oh man, kids
They are
spank.
also they are not holding their fire as you enter the alley. So just fair warning.
I'll just be
As a
like,
matter of fact,
how old are these kids?
between 7 and 12.
Okay, I'll just kind of like shoo them away. Like, go along, go along.
Does a 16 hit me?
Yes.
Oof.
You get a mud pie in the face.
Okay, fun time's over. Let's go.
Does a 12 hit me?
No,
You don't get a mud pie in the face. That one flies right over your shoulder.
I will literally push them out. Like slowly, but like I will like pick them up and be like turn them around, be like, okay,
Okay.
Perhaps the guard should tell the children to cease and desist.
All right. So they each just basically wail on you, just like hammer fists at your chest, and they're whining and whining, and then one of them finally gives you like a swift kick in the groin. Presumably a 19 hits you.
yep.
You
I
take
will.
1 damage. I mean,
Okay.
it's a key.
Yeah. Okay.
You two will stop this incident before I. Ah, fuck. Before I tell on your parents.
Throw in the drunk tank.
I will literally pick them up with their arms so they cannot throw anymore, and I will place them outside of the.
You hear basically the most sarcastic parroting of what you.
If I need
Yeah,
to make a
but
strength check, I will.
Yeah, strength check, please. You have disadvantage if you're trying to get more than one at a time. There are 3 of them.
No, I'm just trying to get one because I'm assuming Agatha is going to be taking the other.
Okay, I'll need 2 strength checks. Exactly.
And Wilfred will be taking the
I
third.
can't take this seriously, AGR. Oh my god, I guess.
How do you
I'm not
know
gonna-
somebody posted that when I
Those are
wasn't
their
even
strength.
looking?
Those are their strength rolls. The first 2.
I'm not gonna force the third kid out. I'm just gonna look him dead in the eyes and say, you know, elves like to kidnap naughty children, right?
And he throws a mud pie at you and misses. But he fucks off. You
But
are
of
now
course, the
in the
priest
alley.
wanted to touch.
What's that? Oh yeah.
I said, but of
Okay, so moving along. You have cleared the alley. What do you do?
I'd like to go to where the guard emerged from, that general vicinity, and search it to see if there is any hiding spots something like an elf would have left.
Okay, make an investigation check. All right. So you see that there is a space basically between the two houses at this corner, where there's not really enough room that like a full-size person could use this as a pathway. You could. It's a little tight, but you see that there is some like broken clutter and scraps of wood in there, and yeah, there's something shiny inside of that wood pile.
Detect magic.
You do not sense any magic.
I grab the shiny thing.
Okay. You grab the shiny thing and you are attacked by a house cat. Does a 13 hit Robert?
No, because I'm in a shield.
Okay. You use shield against the common everyday house cat,
Yes.
and it fucks off because that was weird.
I'd like to shoot it if I can with a ray of frost as it's retreating.
Absolutely, you can.
God.
Fuck this cat.
That hits the cat.
It's a cool cat.
It's about the time the parents come out. All right, what's all the ruckus go? What the?
There is now a catsicle on top of that wood pile, frozen solid, which then of course loses its balance and falls off the wood pile. You hear a loud cracking sound.
Just kind of stare at River like, what the fuck?
Fucking cat. Think they're
Bro,
better
well, I
than
think
me.
I've seen enough. I'm gonna go to bed. I'll see you all.
All right.
See you later, Pete.
See you.
Have a good night.
I was about to say his full name. Damn it. Resinous faggot.
So in your hand, you are holding a small metal key.
Interesting. I like keys. Is there any indication as to where this key goes?
Presumably some kind of lock.
Right, but there's no like symbols or writing on it.
It is simple metal. There's no intricate working on it. It barely even has like a handle, like for your fingers. It's almost just like um, you know, uh, like the end of a key on a stick. It's only very slightly flattened at the opposite end, so you can turn.
Uh-huh. Is it about the right size for like a door lock here?
Yeah, it could go to a door. It's a little small, but it could go to a door or some kind of other like a large chest or something. Um it's an interesting key because for you it's actually sort of comfortably gnome sized. At least the handle portion is. The rest of the keys, still a little big, but not as big as a normal key.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I show it to the party. Hey, anybody know where this key goes?
Would I tell from the design of the key where it might be normally?
Oh my god, you guys have not been hearing me for this entire time.
Well, I hear you now.
Holy shit.
What are you trying to do?
Wait, how did you hear me that I was...
We just started hearing you after you said "holy shit."
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You gonna add to that?
How did you hear that I was going into the alleyway?
We didn't. I went
I
into
don't
the
remember.
alleyway.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That's why you guys... Fucking hell.
So what's happening?
Ugh. I had a whole conversation with all of you.
It must have been a very one-sided conversation then.
Yeah.
No, it felt very two-sided actually.
Okay, well let's hear it so we can be involved in this two-sided conversation.
Yeah, I'm
Oh
curious.
my god. I was describing everything I was doing to the kids in the alley. Oh my god.
I was so close to just burying the kids in the alley and like, okay, we're done.
Wait, we did hear you talk about how you're trying to convince the kids to leave.
Yeah, you dragged him out. That was the last thing we heard from you.
Once the kids left, we didn't hear from you at all.
I'm so confused on how that happened.
How what happened?
Because I was muted because my mic was up. Like it mutes it when you flip it up.
Computer
And I don't
gnomes.
remember ever flipping it up.
So,
Okay.
yeah, you guys are in the alley. You found a key.
It could go in the manacles, is what I was trying to say.
That's a good idea. I forgot about those manacles. Let's go check and see if they fit the manacles.
How far is it to Ted's house?
I mean, it's not that far. You know, a few minutes walk.
If it was like 30 minutes, I was like, okay, let me look.
Was there anything else interesting in this alleyway?
You
Oh,
don't,
there's
you know.
Catsicle. That's pretty weird.
I also said, what the fuck, Revert, when you did the catsicle thing.
Fucking cats.
Yeah, someone's going to be asking about that.
I just toss it into the mud pit. Sal will explain everything.
Okay.
No!
Well, you have to climb over that wood pile to get to it, because it fell over the far side of the wood pile in the alley.
I will just start walking away.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
Do
On
those
your way
keys
out,
look like-
you guys do see a middle-aged woman who is slightly overweight, coming outside with what looks to be like a little platter of milk going. And looking around for something. You don't know what.
Yeah, no idea.
We know. We know what.
No,
Just
we don't.
declaring a river.
No,
Out
we
of
don't. I
curiosity,
just keep walking. I'm gonna scold Revert later.
in the meta, what did happen to that cat?
River totally killed that cat because a cat
River-
freaked
The
out and
cat,
tried to scratch
the
him.
cat tried to attack me.
It freaked out. It was
Yeah?
just there
You
by itself
attacked
taking a
it.
nap.
Bullshit! I attacked it first. It tried to scratch me, so I shot
Yeah,
it with
it got
Ray of Frost.
Yeah, it was defensing.
That's not socially acceptable
So was I.
in here.
Dude, I'm 1.5 feet tall. A house cat's actually a decent predator.
That doesn't mean you fucking icicle it.
Would you have preferred me to stab and gut it in front of you?
No, I would have preferred if you had just let it run away, as normal cats do. You scare it, it at you, and then it runs away.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't
is
actually
true.
bite you.
That would set a precedent that I'm not sure I'm willing to set.
A precedent that you're not.
I'm just saying,
As
if questions are going to
small
be
cat
asked,
killer
I'm not going to
thing.
lie for you. But
And if you
okay.
do something to one cat, then all the other cats know that you won't attack them. Like, That's not how cats work.
He's got some fucking street cred with the cats now.
You just gotta find the biggest ass, alley cat you can find. Just beat the living stuffing out of it, and then the rest of the cats will leave you alone. That's how it works.
That's a medieval science fact right there.
No.
Why do you think people beat them against the sides of houses? It's to keep them out. See, if you come here, I beat you into a house. Then they don't have to worry about cats. Helps if you're big enough to actually do that, mind you.
Okay,
So
meta.
you guys make it
doesn't
across
work.
the road as you're talking, and you make it over to like the well, and off in the distance you hear a woman cry out, and by the end of the cry it turns into what sounds like a sob.
Look what you've done.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, you know full well. You should at least.
He gives you this look like you're not the sharpest tool in the shed, are you? Okay. Like, no
He's
shit.
looking, like, not impressed. Like, come on.
You guys make it to Ted's house.
I have a higher wisdom than Revert, so
Yeah. Yeah, so you were wise enough not to attack the cat.
is Revert's wisdom 6?
It's 8.
Okay.
All right, what do you do at Ted's house?
And we try to fit the key.
Yeah,
into the
we
lock.
go into a sex dungeon and see if the manacles are unlocked by the key.
Okay, well, when you get to the cellar, the cellar door has been nailed shut.
God damn.
Well, it goes under his house, right? Can't we just lift up the floorboards?
Possibly. Do you do that?
We have a guy with a big ass axe.
Okay.
I don't think we should be destroying the scene of the crime, but I mean, go ahead. I'm not stopping you.
You
So,
did get the
Wilfred,
go-ahead with Sir Jacob to investigate, so why not?
Maybe he shouldn't have, been cavorting with elves.
Emmy notes in her brain.
by the way, by now
what
it is
cavorting
dark.
means.
Hey, I know a house that we can stay in.
You're talking about
You don't
mine.
have
No.
a house?
No, I'm saying Ted doesn't really need it right now.
But you don't either, I hope.
No, but, you were mentioning it was dark and you don't have to walk home at night.
He doesn't have a house. He has a castle.
Who, Ted?
Oh,
No.
right. Right.
I'm
a castle
I'm
for
attempting
you
to
is just
bullshit
like
the
an
priest.
anthill.
I'm attempting to bullshit the priest that the gnome owns a castle.
Well, they're all at my castle.
And I just say
Has a brief
right,
infestation of humans right now.
okay. Yeah, the anthill. Right. The anthill outside of town. Right. Got it.
Yeah, why not stay
Funny
in Ted's
'cause you're
house? We might be able to
small.
find something during the night.
He has a retinue of several million ants, okay?
What are
Yeah.
they fucking gonna do? Save the world with a time machine?
Okay, so, yeah, what are you doing? What are you doing? That was a reference to Endgame. So what are you doing?
Oh, what a
So it does. Oh, the door is locked. Well,
Well,
I mean,
don't we have does anybody have a crowbar? Just open this door up?
not on me. Bet there's one inside.
Wait, how do we get in the house the first time?
You're a wizard.
No, I'm talking
Doors
about
are
the nailed shut hatch to the basement.
You're a
But
The
we have
wizard.
shed,
a-
the door to the shed is actually nailed shut, not the hatch.
Yeah, can't you just
Oh,
teleport inside?
Hold on. I'd like to use my axe and open the door.
Oh my God.
Here's
Okay.
Wilford.
I'm not axing the door open. Like I'm gonna try to get the blade in there and get the door to open by knocking
Alright,
the
make a strength
nail.
check. You have advantage because you're using a tool.
Excellent.
Okay, you pry one of the boards off the door.
Is it big enough for me to get in?
Yes.
All right, guys, I'll be right back. Can I just slip in, go check out the manacles?
Yeah, you slip in and there's a rug on the floor covering most of it.
Right, yeah.
There's a slight lump in the rug.
I lift the rug up dramatically, like, throwing it like it's a tablecloth.
Okay, there's a slight
Yeah,
creaking sound as like the fucked up hatch that you guys broke last time sort of lifts up under, like, out of the weight, because it seems to set at a wobbly, wonky angle.
Right. I open the hatch and
Okay, you open the hatch. There's still stuff down there.
cool.
Yeah.
I delve.
Okay, you climb your way down the little rope ladder they fashioned, and you make it into the space. It's still pretty shitty down here. Everything still seems to be in place.
Mm-hmm.
While he's down there,
go to the
Oh,
torture
go
room.
ahead.
I'll say I go to the torture room and check out the manacles.
Okay. You hear a click, and
I
the
duck.
manacles open.
Oh, I thought you meant like I was walking there and heard a click.
No.
Fucking D&D.
You duck anyway. The manacles open.
Great. Does this key also like unlock them from the pillar so we can take them with us?
You don't like the... Yeah, sure, fuck it. Yeah, yes, it does.
So I have a pair of iron manacles with their key. Neat.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any other like slightly hidden, say, keyholes like in the walls or something that this key might fit into? Like might have had a dual purpose.
I mean, the walls in here are made of dirt. Seems unlikely.
Okay. All right, so this was a dead end room, if I remember correctly.
It is a dead end room. You would remember that. I mean, directly above you there was like a rug that you pulled down, and there was a fur you pulled down, and you could see the floor up there above.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see just a tiny bit of light from the street lamp outside coming down through the window and hitting the floor, illuminating that chamber.
Right. Okay. Can I like examine these manacles a bit closer now that I have them? Do they have like any signs of use, blood, anything like that?
Yeah, I mean they have a little bit of sort of browning around the edges, like somebody strained and tried to get out of it.
All right.
Like somebody like cut their wrists a bit, trying to wiggle out.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I guess I return to the party. Yep. Key fit the manacles.
Okay. While he was
AGR.
gone,
Before
go
we
ahead.
continue human this, do manacles have their own unique keys, or is it just like a mass-produced, all manacles use the same key kind of thing?
They have unique keys. I mean, mostly just because mass producing them. They're very simple keys. So a lot of the manacles that the guards have are gonna basically all work the same, but this key doesn't look like the ones from your manacles. I mean, there's not like a great mass production line. They are made
to be very similar. So most of the keys will work on most of the manacles, but they're really only tested with the manacles that they're made at the same time with.
Does the
Okay.
lock on the manacles have a maker's mark?
It does not.
God damn cheap ass Chinese import manacles, no maker's mark on them.
I don't suppose they have moon iconography.
No.
Okay, so while he was
They
gone,
are
since
a
he's back,
little rough. The manacles are a little rough.
Okay. But I think Meta's been trying to say something.
Go ahead.
yeah, while he was down there investigating, I wanted to ask the party a couple questions about this weird note. So once you slip in and like we hear you go into the hatch, I'm like, so where the hell did you find this guy?
I met him in the woods. Where'd you guys meet him?
I joined with you. Agatha?
Sorry, what's up?
I'm asking you where you met Rever.
Rever?
Yeah.
Man. You know, to be honest, I don't quite remember. I vaguely remember seeing him when I was like a little kid while I was lost in the woods. I don't know.
So you've known him for a while.
Yeah, for a while, definitely, for sure.
Okay. Cause I mean, he's a gnome, so you gotta watch yourself.
Oh yeah, he's a little
Never know what
miscreant.
they're
He don't know
gonna be
better.
up to.
Robert, while you're down there, you feel the urge to sneeze.
He narrows his eyes suspiciously, kind of looking around, then just continues on.
And generally what his antics are up, because I mean he just froze the cat, so I wanna know who I'm dealing with here.
He's not well cultured. He's still not used to being around people and the expectations of society. He doesn't follow them. He doesn't think that he thinks it's beneath him. Yeah, I'll say that.
Okay.
Not a bad guy though.
You know what he does, like outside of investigating random murder?
I don't know, like gnome shit, I guess.
I think he does bushwhacking for pear cobbler.
Yeah, parrot cobbling. He loves his cobbler.
Makes pears or pear cobblers, or he eats them?
He eats them very well.
Oh, I want to see this.
Oh man, you saw the pie eating competition, didn't you?
Oh,
You would have been in town at the time,
yeah,
but you
yeah. I
may
probably
not have
I probably
attended.
watched that.
Yeah, he tied with a freaking Goliath. He stayed toe to toe with a huge dude.
That's
So yeah,
right.
he ate more than his body weight for sure.
Freaking magic. Well, I'm glad I'm not on his bad side. You know where he trained? Where he learned his magic stuff?
His gnome shit? I have no
Yeah.
idea. I have no clue.
And it looks like he has a book with him.
I never noticed.
Okay. I'll just wait until he gets.
And he gets back.
With a new pair of manacles.
Does he look
Clank, clank.
suspiciously at all of us?
Yeah,
looks
he's
suspiciously at
like,
the
hey guys, got
manacles.
the manacles. He looks like, oh, you were all talking about me, weren't you?
Only good things.
Uh-huh.
There were definitely good things involved.
Is that a threat?
No, friend.
I gotta
Good.
be honest, it sounded kind of like a threat.
Jeez.
Probably work on the wording there.
It's all right. It's all right.
Okay, let's look at these.
We're all
guys.
friends here.
Yeah.
Can I do an insight check on that?
Oh god, the party's gonna kill itself before it's
Reverend
before
is plotting to kill Agatha.
You're already currently in an alley, so it's a good place.
Oh God. I like to think we're not that ratchet. Yeah,
Fucking
totally.
gnomes. Do you have to? Does he have to roll persuasion or deception?
Can I roll intimidation instead?
Oh boy.
Nah.
I think you probably believe him.
Do it for the meme.
At least to like, some
Well,
degree.
let's see what he rolls. Ah, fuck.
Oh yeah, totally.
Okay. I just can't get a good read on him. He's a gnome. Like, I believe him for now.
I will say openly, he totally took my coin purse while I was dead. So yeah, take that for what you will.
Well, did you need it? Yeah, I gave it back. Like, it's like, oh, okay, I'll just keep it
my
in a safe.
family could have used that for proceedings. No, don't ever do that to people that not us.
I mean,
Because
the
it
way
takes
I
money
see
to
it,
bury people and shit.
And the goblins were going to give it to them?
yeah, the way
Oh,
I
this
see it,
sounds
he
like a
took that
good
off your
story.
body and kept it from being taken by, like, say, an undertaker who looks through your pockets because you're dead.
Now,
I'd like
how
to
did you
think they're
guys
more
end up
honorable
dying?
than that.
How
Well,
did you guys end
you
up
never
dying?
told me what you wanted me to do with your purse if you died, so I just figured, I'd take it.
Give it to my parents, please. That
Okay.
would be good. I would appreciate that.
Yeah,
With
no
the
problem.
money in it.
Okay. I'll make sure
With
the
all
money's
the
in
money
it.
in it.
All of the money will be in it.
Okay.
I really don't want to like spam insight checks, but I really want to.
I know he's a
all of the
rascal. I
money
mean,
will
like,
be-
that is what he is. I say that out of character.
He's
but
got
yeah.
a good heart. He's not going to screw over your parents.
Yeah, thank you.
Uh,
He did save like 2 of our party members from dying somehow. I don't know how. The story still hasn't been explained to me. But yeah.
No,
I would love to
we
hear
said
that.
he beat to death one of the goblins with a stick and then impaled the other one with his gnome hat. It was terrifying to behold.
Oh.
Those goblins stood no chance.
Now, how did you guys end up dying next to goblins?
Oh.
That seems self-explanatory.
Goblins.
No, like, how did you end up there? Like, what led to you being in combat with goblins?
The
We're trying to clear out a mine.
I point over to Agatha.
Yeah, we were trying to clear out a mine. We expected a bear. We got goblins.
Well, if you guys ever go back to that mine, let me know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the knights cleared it out.
So, how about that
These manacles.
murder? A murder mystery.
Yeah, manacles.
Oh yeah, what should we ask Ted?
I think we need to look at
As
the
you
manacles
guys are
first.
talking, a 9-year-old covered in mud, riding on a pig, carrying a bucket, just passes just right through the middle of the alleyway.
As they were.
What does his face look like? Does he look happy? Does he look sad?
His face is completely caked in mud, as is like most of his torso.
What the fuck? this is from the what's that show called? Wow, Twilight Zone. It's from Twilight Zone, right?
Yeah, I believe if this is the new one, I believe the original one had Shatner in it.
Yeah, they
And
had the movie and the show version.
it was the one where the monster was pulling on the metal plates from of
That
Yeah.
reminds me of Grub.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that in the TV show it was Shatner that played the guy on the plane.
I don't remember as
Okay.
well. Yeah, I know Shatner was in one of them.
Okay. So the manacles, anything more that we see now we're in the daylight?
Yeah, the manacles look like they were roughly constructed by somebody who's not very good at their craft.
Well, they're not from the
Could be anyone.
guardhouse. I don't think so, anyway. Are they from the guardhouse? HR, would I know that, actually?
They don't match yours, like the ones that any of the guards carry while they're on duty.
Okay.
Huh. Well, I'm glad we have a link. So, fuck. Emmy would be the type of person to write shit down, and I really don't feel like taking notes for this entire camp.
Oh well.
Ugh. Gilbert, I respect what you do.
He is the keeper of lore.
But also you don't write anything down, so not really.
That's. I mean, I'll still take the compliment that you respect the fact that I do this all from memory.
Okay, so we found a key. Looks like the key might have been dropped by the elf, or purposely placed by the elf. Do we have a name for this? Because I don't want to say like, the word elf out loud in public, because that kind of just gets people.
The assassin?
That's not much better.
You can call her Pam, I guess. I don't know. We can fucking make up a name.
Pam. Okay, so Pam either placed it or dropped it. Definitely links Pam to Manacle. We don't
Yeah.
know whether she stole the key to get the kid out or she brought the key.
I don't remember. Did we check on her wrists if she had any evidence of being manacled?
Yeah, we did.
She wasn't, right?
She was not.
No, it
Right.
was the kid that was manacled. The manacles are too small for her.
Yeah, and like there was like finger holes in the dirt there too.
Yeah.
I noticed
The
that.
kid is obviously trying to get out. He was obviously chained in there for a while. It's I looked at that place. It's not good feelings in that. It's gonna have some. Probably gonna need to come back with some holy oil and do a little ritual to clear it out.
So you guys continue talking, and another young woman walks through the alley, and she's also got a bucket.
Does she
She
look at us?
she basically she looks down the whole time and just tries to give you all a wide berth. She like looks at you briefly and sees this group, and then she just doesn't make eye contact the rest of the time.
Can we tell whether she's like happy or sad?
I think she's trying to mind her own business and try not to get involved in anything since it's
Yeah,
like
you
a
don't
nighttime.
need an insight check to know that.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe it was the woman that just had her cat died and she was.
This is a
This young woman.
It's a woman that, when we get involved, this is what happens to people's houses.
Oh no.
But we killed the suspect.
What movie
Okay.
is that from?
It's the Naked Gun.
Yeah, it's still on my list.
Meta, have you actually seen Naked Gun?
It
No,
said
it's
it's
on
in
my list.
his list. Okay, so
Oh, I didn't hear that part.
what are you doing? You're in the alley. It's dark.
Dang, could really use a way to figure out how the elf got here. You know, anyone we know of in the city with like, what do you call them? Elvish sympathies.
Probably no one who would tell you this much.
I am. I've seen the moon crescent symbol, the 3 moon symbol,
Mm-hmm.
three wolf moon. Sure.
Oh, great. What's it mean?
Well, I've. Do I have an actual piece that has it, or have I just like? Do we have something that I can go
You
back?
guys have the daggers.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
sweet.
show him the dagger.
Cool. Hmm. Okay. AGR, do I know someone at the cathedral that that I trust to keep a that's also like higher than me, not just like a peer, but someone above me, like a mentor?
I mean, you can confess, and they have to keep it secret. But if you're just asking somebody to keep a secret, then no.
Hmm.
If it's part of your confession of wrongdoings, then sure. But otherwise, no.
Okay.
In other words, you can keep secret about this well.
um, oh man. Oh, that's good. Okay. Uh, okay. I don't think I need to take the dagger to be able to know the symbol. I don't know what you guys want to do, but I think that if I go back, the cathedral has like a library, right? Place of schooling.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna go back and look through that library for anything that I can read up on this.
I mean, there is a library. You can look. Yeah. Okay, so you go to the cathedral. Where's everybody else?
I think I'm gonna go home. It's late.
I'm gonna hang out with the gnome if he stays at this house.
I would like to stake out the house.
Okay, where would you like to be when you stake out the house?
I'd like to be inside the house. Like I want to wait for someone to try to come in.
Okay, where inside the house would you like to wait?
Like the room right above the sex dungeon.
Okay, so in the main room on the ground floor.
Yeah, I just kind of want to be waiting in there to see if anyone comes to the house at night.
Okay. Do you hide or just stand in the middle of the room as a tiny little gnome in the center of the floor with shadows cast across?
I stand in the most dramatic shadow, so that you got this like silhouetted gnome in like his tall pointy hat, and he comes in. So
Okay.
when someone comes in, he
For
sees.
dramatic effect, by the way, everyone, it starts raining and there is thunder and lightning.
Excellent.
On my walk home, like fucking hell.
I'd like to find a room that, like, off to the side that would make for great henchman entrances, like a closet or something.
There's a tiny pantry space that you can squeeze into.
I will squeeze into the pantry.
Okay. All
I'll
right.
be ready with my axe.
Noted. Okay, so Agatha, you're going home. Emmy, you're going to the cathedral in the middle of town. And Robert and Wilfred are both hanging out inside the house. Okay. Okay. I just rolled up for the noise. Nothing.
Sure.
Nothing happened. You guys spend the whole night. One of you spends the whole night with your nose pressed up against a pantry door, so you're not very comfortable. You're a little sleep deprived. Robert, you're very dramatic. At one point, you see a cat like start to hop up on like the stoop of the house, and you can hear it outside, and you can kind of see the shadow of this cat outside, and then it stops. It goes like super quiet, and you definitely hear it like patter out like down the street through the rain.
I knew that cat was trouble the moment I saw it.
Okay.
We got a detective monologue going now.
So yeah. Emmy, you make it to the cathedral, and you spend some time in the library. Why don't you roll? You do investigation.
Okay.
You find nothing in the entire night that even like sort of resembles that symbol. But you do know there's got to be something in the library with that symbol on it. You're sure you've seen it. And you're
Alright, so I did
familiar enough to know, like, without that, you're familiar enough to know that it's definitely relating to elves and to the Moonlit King, because it was on an elf and they worship the Moonlit King, and it's in his name.
Yeah, so I haven't gone through the entire library yet.
Well, there's still the restricted section, but you're not likely to get authorized to look at.
Ah, nonsense. He'll just have to grab his invisibility cloak.
What?
It's really more of a restricted cabinet.
Yeah. What do I know who has access to that and like what?
Yeah, the deacon, but you know, you don't exactly have access to see him easily.
Yeah. Okay, well if I haven't gone through the entire library, I will continue looking through the rest of the non-restricted books the next day.
Okay, well that's a whole day. So, what's everybody else doing today?
So nothing happened in the night?
No, you were very dramatic.
I'm going to assist Revert in literally whatever it is he's doing. Also, I'm going to be AFK.
Noted.
I eat oatmeal
I mean,
and then
I
head
can
to the
still
house.
respond. Like, I'll still be able to
Okay.
respond. I got to take care of some stuff too.
Your oatmeal's pretty good.
Thanks.
Is there like some like old like wise man doomsayer in the town that's always going on about elves?
I mean, there are people that like they curse and blame elves for literally every malady that exists. You could find somebody at any tavern that's gonna complain about, like knife-eared ne'er-do-wells absconding with children and pets in the night. People have a tendency to blame a lot of their problems on elves. They're considered to be unlucky, like they're the source of many curses.
I don't know.
Say, did Sir Jacob want us as a group to meet him at the church any afternoon?
Mm-hmm. You were supposed to go to the church and question that guy. He didn't say to meet him. He said he'd already been there.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, I guess we go there.
Wait, did he tell us we're supposed to question him in there? Because
No, he said to wait till he gets off church grounds before we start questioning him. But we might want to be there
Absolutely.
for securities, given that someone's already successfully made an attempt on his life.
makes sense to me.
You guys talk that over. I'm gonna go fill my drink up. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Perhaps.
I'm also going to get
Perhaps.
snacks. I'll be right back.
Perhaps what we can do is we kind of shadow him, or actually, no, we shouldn't shadow him at all. But just kind of keep an eye on certain, make sure he gets back to his house all right.
Right.
Where Revart will be standing in the shadows dramatically, and then he confronts him, and then we'll flank him from behind.
Yeah, he walks and I dramatically throw the manacles down. It's like, we know everything. You might as well just confess.
Exactly, just like that.
I'm down for that. I'll stay in the house in the shadows. You guys go to the church and escort him back.
Emmy's gonna fucking love that plan.
This is gonna be fun.
She's good aligned, but she's eventually gonna be a trickster cleric.
Well, you met the right gnome for being a trickster.
What do you think the weather's gonna be like today? I hope it's sufficiently dramatic.
Oh,
I mean,
I predict a steady dark drizzle.
Excellent.
that's literally what AGR said it was doing yesterday. So
Well, yeah, during the night, but that doesn't mean it's continuing to the next day. I mean, you can't have a murder mystery without a thunderstorm, or at the very least, a dark. It's just storytelling.
I mean, I spend the next whole day looking up the stuff in the libraries. I don't know if you guys do this the next day, or if you come get me at the library. You know I'm.
I mean, Revert wouldn't think to get you, honestly. Also, it's probably not a terrible thing for you to stay in the library and see if you can actually get any real info.
Yeah, it's such a good plan though.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm sure you were present when he said, show up here at this church, so you would know about it in character. There's no reason you wouldn't just show up on your own with the party.
But also think of it as, if like this goes horribly south, do you want to be implicated?
I could be there as a witness for the church. To give you guys alibis.
That works.
I mean, I live out in the woods, and I hunt. And I, commune with nature. But I'm not training to be a druid, I'm training to be a ranger.
Okay, so you guys figure out what you're doing yet? I see a lot of muted mics.
Yeah.
I will tell if I don't know how many people go in and out of the cathedral. I don't know how many people are usually there on the grounds or anything. But if I have like a friend appear that I know that is doing some like mundane task outside and has a view, like maybe tending the garden or something, and would have a view of like the road coming from Skeen.
Nobody in the cathedral is going to be able to see Skeen. There's a wall.
Well, like you would be able to see the entrance, like the entrance, or however people get into the cathedral.
Also, the cathedral's in Sarkney. It's inside town, and it's inside a wall.
What did I miss?
Oh, I thought I was going to the thing next to Skeen.
That's a monastery.
Monastery. Yeah, that's what I meant the entire time.
Yeah, that's not in Sarkney. That's a couple hours away.
Okay. Does that also have a library?
It also has a library. Yes.
Okay, that's where I wanted to go. I wanted to go back home to where
Yeah.
I had
Mhm.
no people.
That's fine. What would you like to do there now?
Like if someone's like was watching the entrance or something like that, or would be able to hear people coming in, I would just let them ask them to let me know if a group of a gnome and a Goliath and a couple human random looking group comes in, like to just let me know because I'll be in the library studying.
Sure. Yeah, there's lots of like people keeping grounds. I'm sure somebody could tell you.
Cool. And I will do my library stuff until.
And thus, this was the last moment that anyone ever interacted with Emmy. No one ever remembered that she was. Okay. She just studied until she was 78 years old. The groundskeeper who knew she was there passed away in the night. Okay.
Character.
Yeah. So, what's everybody else doing?
I'm going to stay in the house and dramatically cast shadow, staring at the front door.
Okay. Nobody went in the place. You guys were going to the place, right?
Well,
Yeah. So the plan is Revert will be inside the house being dramatic and stuff. Agatha and Wilfred and whoever the fuck else wants to will ensure that what's his face makes to the house safely. And at that point, Revert will, do his thing, and we'll be there to close the door and you know, make sure everything goes according to plan.
Why don't we get Sir Jacob involved with this? I mean, just have him throw him in the dungeon. I'm sure he'll talk.
That
You cut out, Wilfred.
that that sounds like we'd have to get him involved, and that could bite us in the ass.
I mean, he's already involved.
Right, but more involved than we might need him to be.
It wouldn't hurt
Besides,
to ask him, man.
yeah, but
I mean,
wouldn't
out
also
of
good to your superiors to not constantly need his attention and supervision?
like out of character, like he said, get this task done, and he doesn't need to know how we got the task.
Yeah, this is definitely some plausible deniability.
I mean, I just don't want some like weird bullshit going on where we like torture him, put forks in his hands or some shit, you know?
That's not gonna happen.
Don't worry. We're not going to strip him naked and then, with unusual detail, describe cutting his testicles. Do not worry.
Fuck
We will
you.
not
What
do that.
the fuck?
Maybe you're not.
What kind of mad imagination? You know what?
No,
I
It's
said
no one's
that-
given
not come
no
out
one's
of
given
Gilbert's
Revert a
imagination.
healing potion, so I think you're in the clear.
That did not come out of Gilbert's imagination, by the way.
yeah.
No, we'll just
No,
pull
that-
one of these because we have the guard with us.
Oh my god.
Okay, so what is everyone doing now?
I have no idea what's going on.
Most of the party, I think,
will-
is going to the church to get the guy that's being resurrected.
Okay,
As
so
planned.
Hey,
I
man,
will
where's
keep
Emmy?
her
Where's
wasted.
Emmy? I forgot. I was AFK for a bit. Where's Emmy?
The monastery, not the cathedral.
We've
Apparently,
forgotten
those are
about
two
her.
different things.
How far away is that?
Couple hours.
Would I be
Is
able to
it-
make it back in time?
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Will the dramatic weather system end
Probably.
before she gets back?
It's a good thing I slept early. Okay, I'll make a
it's
beeline
mostly
there.
cloudy and drizzly.
Excellent.
Okay.
Called it.
I'll go ahead and go to grab Emmy before I forget.
Okay. It feels like years pass in that library, before Agatha shows up.
It felt like years, but it was actually a couple millennia.
Agatha, you're made to wait in the courtyard of the monastery outside. You're not allowed into the library. Somebody goes and collects him.
Okay.
Okay, how many investigations do I check out? Do I get out of?
Make one. You make one more roll.
I virtually blow on my dice as I.
It curses your dice.
Okay. In the book, and references to the phases of the moon. There are some images, like rough sketches of other weapons in a similar style, including one that looks to be like a curved short sword, and a few bits and bobs that look like just. It basically, the only page you find on it is describing some of the strange items that have been gathered from elves, which have been found and killed.
There's no information.
There's not really any information on lore from these things. The only thing they say is, these are things we found on these people. They do mention that one of the elves strangely had their tongue cut out, and they have some like images of like anatomy, because they've stripped these elves down and they have like a picture of a man in um, like Da Vinci style, and then they have another picture of an elf in a similar except sort of twisted style because they want to make them look bad. So the elf looks a little evil.
With the pointy eyebrows and the
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
like a Vulcan.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I know how far back these gatherings are? They like recent or
Um, so this book is a little faded. Um, it's not extremely old. It's not the oldest book that you have here, but it's probably this book itself is probably less than 50 years old, but it looks like it's a rewrite of a manuscript that was written over 100 years ago, where they copied it down.
okay. By the way, that short sword that was curved, is it more like a scimitar or a falchion?
Um, somewhere in the middle. It's hard to tell without like a scale.
Okay. I will go back with Agatha then.
Okay.
And on our couple hour walk back, I will describe everything that I.
Sure.
That's
Yeah.
neat.
So it's about lunchtime by the time you guys are back. I mean, you probably started out early, so it's a little before lunchtime.
Great. Just enough time to grab something and go. Yeah. Can we have wave some food getting, then just go to the church?
Yeah. You guys run and you grab a quick bite to eat, and yeah, you have a little tiny bit of stew and grab a couple of nice warm slices of bread and just kind of walk with those on your way up to the place.
This is
Can
this is what we
we
get.
pick up a cobbler?
Do you
I
have
forgot.
cobbler money?
Do we?
I know Rever does.
I mean,
Out of
I suppose
character.
if you all
What else would I
pool your
have money
money,
for?
I guess if you all pool your money, you could probably afford a cobbler to split. Yeah. So you all stop by the baker and you actually get a cobbler.
Oh, we actually do that? I'm down.
Oh yeah.
Wait, we get what?
Cobbler.
Oh, we got a cobbler. Nice. I was just rewatching this video. It's fucking hilarious.
All right, so yeah, you have some cobbler. You split it on the way up to the cathedral.
We make sure to save one for Rever.
Oh, yeah.
We do.
That would be evil of us just to. That'd be bad.
You're standing there in that house still, I think, Robert.
Mm-hmm. In the shadow, dramatically.
Yeah. Your nose itches.
When I think no one's watching, I quickly scratch and stop, just in case someone walks in.
Oh, shit, Rever. Yeah,
Well,
let's get Rever.
I thought he was gonna be with Wilfred.
Let's give him a cobbler. Or Wilbert. Wilfred, will you give him a cobbler?
Yep, I'll give him the piece.
Great.
Okay. So you go back down to the house with the cobbler and give it to Revert, and these guys go up to the church.
Oh, as I go to give him the cobbler, I would like to make my entrance into the house as shifty seeming as possible, so I can make sure fiddle with the door before I actually get it open.
Okay. So, Robert, you're in the house and you hear a very quiet shuffling step outside, and then you see the lever on the handle lift up and then stop. It lifts up very, very slowly, and the door creaks open very slowly, and you see just a couple of fingers around the door frame. And in the like midday sun, after standing in the dark so long, you see the shape of a head, but you can't make out any features. What do you do?
Oh my god.
Aim for
I've
the
been
jugular.
expecting you. Come in and close the door.
I come in, close the door.
I
You
toss the
smell
manacle.
cobbler.
I smell cobbler. I'm like, all right. I throw down the manacles in front of me. I'm like, we know everything about what you did. You will tell us everything, and you will give us that cobbler.
And then he looks up.
Spoiler, just like, oh, here you go, Robert. Here's your cobbler.
Oh, for fuck's sake, it was you! I did all that for nothing! Well, at least for the cobbler.
Yep, no problem. We're gonna go get the guy now. And then I leave
I
the
like
building.
pick
to
up
go
the
get
manacles and like resume. You know, I'm in the shadows dramatically, then just every so often.
Okay. You're very dramatic, but your beard is covered in cobbler.
Very dramatic cobbler.
Okay. So yeah, you guys walk up to the cathedral. You hear the church bells ring several times on your way up there.
Why are they ringing?
Well,
It's
and
noon.
yeah, I mean at lunchtime they ring the bells.
Is it because
You
the
know,
city surrendered?
when they bring somebody back from the dead, they ring the bells. When it's you know, like when it's Tuesday, they ring the bells.
They've got a thing for ringing bells, don't they?
They like the bells. They were not cheap. Bells are expensive. Okay, so you're outside of the cathedral. There are people shuffling about outside on the grounds. There's a short stone wall around the whole place. It's only about waist high, and it's got like wrought iron bars that extend about 7 feet up. So there's a small graveyard inside on the grounds. There's a couple of men that look to be filling in a hole, and there's a couple other men like a little ways further back who are seem to be like having a conversation. They're all in sort of just black robes. There are a couple of what look to be priests up near the front, and they're in white robes, and they're speaking to each other about something you can't hear.
All right, what's up? I'm sorry, I'm back.
Yeah, you guys make it to the church.
Are we late?
You don't know.
Well, let's go. Is this church the Silver Flame, or is it a different religion?
I mean, it's all the same religion around here. There's multiple deities, but they have one religion.
Okay.
I guess we'll be asking for Ted.
Okay. Well, there's a couple of priests right outside. Are you asking them?
Sure.
Do I know any of them?
I mean, if the monastery is home to you, then probably not. Not really.
Have I seen any of them before? Do I know any of their names?
You would have seen them if you've attended church here. You might know one or two of their names.
Okay.
I'm actually going to go ahead and say both of those priests are named John.
God.
One is Jean, the other one is John. Big difference.
They are
No, no.
both John, spelled John.
Oh, damn it.
Oh,
I was going to say Jon and John.
JOHN and JHON.
so does Meta know these people?
No.
Not really, but he would recognize that at least one of them is named John, although he might not remember which one.
Are they
Any of them
both in the same
important?
place?
Yeah, they're talking to each other out right in front of the main door.
Is the door open or like is
The
it
door is shut.
okay? Um,
Pardon me, gentlemen. We're here to check up on a fella named Ted.
Is he the fellow that we've had to
yes.
contend with this morning?
Yeah. He is
Yeah.
unfortunate.
Ah, well, you'll be glad to know your friend is quite well. He's just inside, recuperating.
Alrighty. May we see him?
No, you may not.
How long will it be before he's well enough to leave?
If I had to say, I'd say he's probably well enough to leave now. He did not seem too interested in leaving, though. I believe he's invoked his right to sanctuary here in our church. He fears for his life, he says.
That's very reasonable considering what happened to him.
And that's
Yes.
exactly why we're here.
Well, we cannot obligate him to see anyone. He has agreed to a life in seclusion in exchange for protection, and uh, it is our responsibility to give him that option.
Is this
Will you give us a
something
chance?
that
He might know something related to. I.
I'm quite sorry. It is not in my power to do so.
Whose power would it be under?
could we
Uh,
relay a message?
He's not to have any communication with the outside world. This is one of the conditions of his sanctuary here. He is to remain here, complete his vows, and he will be sworn to silence and poverty, and he will be allowed to join with the monks after we we allow him some time to adjust.
Huh.
He has agreed to turn over his worldly possessions to the church. Uh, we understand he has a small piece of property in town, which we will be collecting, and along with anything else, and that should help to cover the expense of keeping him.
Um,
I will turn around to the group and kind of like do a small huddle thing and kind of like, let's go talk over here.
Before we do, um, out of curiosity, uh, AJR, what's the appropriate title to be addressing this guy by? Would it be like father, or what would it be?
Something along those lines would be fine.
Uh, Out of curiosity, father, what would say happen to any animals he had? For example, the cat that lives in his basement. Is that also turned over to the church, or what would he like us to do with it?
Well, if he has no next of kin, I suppose you may have the cat. It's sort of matter beneath our notice, I'm afraid. We can't exactly take in all the strays around here.
If you could inform him then that his pet would be in good hands.
As I've said, I'm not. He's not allowed any contact with the outside world.
Of course. I don't know. Walk way towards Emmy.
Yeah, I'll kind of usher everyone else over.
Yeah, I don't think anything else can be done at the moment. Alrighty. Well, thank you for your time.
Gods be with you.
Once everyone's kind of at a distance away, so that they can't hear us.
You walk outside and huddle together in the street suspiciously.
like 15, 20 feet away using shouting whispers. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of like walk around the wall and then just kind of like lean against the wall of the.
They purposefully walk like further away from you and just ignore you.
Okay.
Well, for the record, guys, the cat I was referring to was an attempt to bait information that we know what's in his shed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got that. See, here's the thing: we're here to investigate his murder, right?
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
we haven't told them that specifically yet. I implied, but we didn't tell them that we're investigating his murder. There's no way that the church will allow for us to talk to him, even if we say that we're trying to figure out who killed him.
Yeah, I don't feel like it's in our authority to even like be able to do anything. If anything, it would maybe be Sir Jacob and the Lord might be able to do
Yeah,
something. Maybe.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking is if the Lord knows about the operation, the Lord might be able to ask for
Wait, Emmy, don't
information.
you work here?
No,
Aren't you allowed in this building though because you're a monk?
I mean I didn't go through the full.
Like, would they bat an eye if you stayed here for a period of time?
In the cathedral.
On the grounds, I don't know what you guys do about your house.
Is there a like beds in the cathedral? Do I know that?
There is a like a small bunkhouse for there's like a small bunkhouse and another like larger little two-story home on the back end of the like lot near the cathedral. There is also some living space inside, but that's definitely reserved for people who actually serve as the local clergy in Sarkney.
Yeah.
You'd probably be allowed uh, to bunk in, but that would be on the grounds, not in the cathedral proper. You can go in the cathedral; they do services, but there's a lot of places you wouldn't be allowed to go.
Okay. Do I know, given the information we know about him, do I know, like, could I guess where their where he would be sleeping? Which one of those places he would be sleeping in?
Well, he's asked for protection, which means that they're going to try to put him up somewhere that is not just on the grounds, but in the cathedral proper. And it's going to be somewhere secure. You don't really know where that would be. You wouldn't be familiar with the inside of this cathedral beyond the actual like main chamber. Outside of the chapel, it would be hard to say.
Do we have access to the dagger? The elvish dagger.
Yeah, Revert literally has it on him.
All right. We might not necessarily need to break in and interrogate him or abduct him. We could attempt to undermine his faith in the church's ability to protect him.
How are we going to get information to him?
We effectively would just need to get the dagger into his room. Leave it on the bed. A clear sign that to him, because he doesn't know his assailant is dead, that his assailant knows he lives there.
That would just want to make him be more protected and less accessible to us.
Yeah, or it would make it look like the church can't be trusted with the safety.
Then why would he leave the church?
Because he can't trust the church.
There's literally nowhere else more secure.
There's Lord's Castle.
That's not as secure.
The church is unlikely to be more secure than the Lord's Castle, which is
Yeah.
typically designed to withstand sieges and prevent assassination.
It depends on
Precisely.
how you define secure and from what it
Exactly.
is secured. Because
Exactly.
the castle's much better secured against a siege. But that cathedral has a lot of eyes.
Yeah.
It's more densely packed than the castle grounds are.
It's a lot easier to sneak around the castle than it is to get through to certain restricted areas of the cathedral. Like, it might be hard to break out of the dungeon, but it's not going to be that hard to try to get into it. So
How long does this... Oh, sorry.
he wants to be in a place where it's hard to get into, not hard to get out of.
How long does this vow of silence religious stuff take?
It's in a lifetime, right?
Yeah, it's his.
No, how long does it take before
You
the
don't know.
vows and shit are done?
I mean, the vows themselves, days, depends. It depends on how long it takes him to be at a point where he's ready to do it. They have to basically okay him to move on to the next steps. I mean, if he's really, really terrible at like life and seclusion, they could just kick him out, but he would have to really fuck up a lot.
Like, how bad and how often?
There's a lot of warnings unless you really, 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 really fuck up.
It sounds like we don't got time for that, really.
No,
Okay.
we don't. And I don't believe that he would do that based on his situation.
How high? Really fucking up.
How high does our intrigue need to be for all of us involved in this conspiracy to get away with our plot?
What plot?
I don't want to deal with it, to be honest. But that's my gut instinct. Tells me this bad juju probably not gonna be able to. We're gonna get caught probably. Too many eyes.
There's no way. If I was a Gloomstalker with like at least a couple levels in trickery domain, then maybe. If I was being like helped by someone or something like that from afar, air support. But like without even a level in a class, no.
I guess the next reasonable step would be to inform Sir Jacob. Though I suspect
Yeah.
he kind of came along the same hurdle. We'll see what he says.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I don't want to go back and report the
You take care of that. I'll go get Revart.
oh, that's right, Reverend isn't here.
Reverend
Yeah,
standing alone in the house. God damn, how long does it take to raise a guy from the dead?
Yeah, Wilfred's gonna go back to the house and less obviously enter. He's just gonna walk in and go, "Hey, plan's fucked. Come on."
Oh, what'd you guys do?
We didn't do anything. The guy has asked for sanctuary from the church.
Really? He said that. This guy asked for sanctuary from the church.
No, not from the church. Like at the church.
Right. He asked the church for sanctuary.
Yes.
And he told you this.
No, he didn't tell us this. The priests told us. How much weight can that rabbit of yours carry?
Enough. But why?
Do you think that rabbit can infiltrate a cathedral and drop a shifting knife at the foot of the bed of a man we want to spook?
You want to spook the guy that's a prisoner of the church?
Yes.
Why?
Could be helpful.
In what way?
Maybe he'll spill something to the church at this point.
Why would he spill anything to his captors?
Oh. I'm spitballing here.
I mean, really, we should be talking about a rescue mission at this point. I mean, because they're obviously in league with the elves.
The church?
Why else do you think they're trying to keep him quiet?
Oh shit, that's a good point. Good point. They're in the league with fucking elves.
You're glad I'm not there to fucking.
Should we tell the Lord about this, that they're in league with the elves?
Oh,
Well, let's just say that they claim he asked for sanctuary. But he never said this to you himself. Did you even see him?
No, we did not.
So you have no evidence that he was actually even raised.
Shit.
So no evidence that they actually raised him. No evidence that he's asked for any seclusion. And because of the nature of seclusion, apparently you're not allowed to confirm this in any way. You just have to take the church at their word.
At this point, Wilfred's just gonna pick up Revert and dash out the door.
All right.
You let the
Just,
fellow
football
that's
carry
not
him.
cultured at all. Oh no. What's the worst that can happen?
He just continues talking as he's getting picked up. This is totally normal for Revert.
This is heresy. This is heresy. Please stop talking.
What's heresy?
No. It's just me and Wilfred at the moment. I'm the one bringing Wilfred over to the side of the conspiracy theory.
No.
And I'm like, it makes sense. If the church had him killed using elven assassins, this would be a great way to keep him quiet and to cover up their involvement. And since he's not allowed any outside contact, they don't even need to produce a body.
Christ Jesus.
why the fuck?
And
I
would
need
the
to talk to
church be
Sir
in league with
Jacob
the elves?
Because no one would expect for the record, we're not actually saying this to any of you, but
I know.
conspiracy theory wise, no one would expect the church of using elvish assassins.
But why would they want him dead? What did he do?
I don't know. I'd sure like to ask him.
Exactly.
I would like to ask him too, but it doesn't like even if it's a cover up, even if he's not raised, even if like if we go in there and somehow find evidence
Alright.
that could like
Let's take a break. Okay, so Agatha, you want to head up to the castle where Sir Jacob is?
Yeah.
I'll go with him or with her.
All right. So yeah, you make your way up to the castle. There's a pair of guards sitting outside. Um, they give you a wave and motion you closer to the.
Yeah.
I say, Agatha, yeah.
Yeah.
Sir Jacob's expecting you. We'll get the gate open, and then basically the guy just turns around and shouts like straight up and says, hey asshole, you drunk enough? Open the gate." And there's like a short delay, and then the gate starts to open.
All right. Does anyone tell me where Sir Jacob is?
If you don't ask, no.
Where is Sir Jacob? This is a pretty big place. I don't want to wander around where I'm not supposed to be.
He's usually in the okay, back in the courtyard. If you go all the way to the back, you take a right, and you go all the way to the end. Behind the stairs up into the keep, there's a little training square. He likes to spar back there. You'll probably see.
All right. Suppose me and Amy will be going back there to the training rounds.
Okay. Yeah, you make your way back there. You see Sir Jacob is he's not in his armor. He's just in some, reasonably well-tailored clothes, but they look a little basic for him, and he's running laps around the training area with a couple of other men.
I'll just wave to him if Agatha doesn't do anything.
Yeah, and he'll come to a stop and sort of jog his way over, take him a second, and somebody will bring him just a big old like ladle full of water, and he'll take a drink and wipe his mouth and say, "Oh, so we got news already?"
Complications.
Oh, of course. So what is it?
Well, the fella in question has vowed a life of solitude and silence, it seems.
Apparently.
He's not gonna wait for you to finish. There's an attendant standing next to Sir Jacob with a bucket and a ladle, and Sir
Oh,
Jacob is just gonna. Don't worry about it.
wait.
Sir Jacob is just going to. He's just gonna basically raise his hand up and just smack the bucket out of the attendant's hand and say, "God damn it! It was expensive enough. Waste of my God's damn money." He's gonna take a deep breath and he's gonna say, "Would you please refill that?" And wave the attendant off, and he's gonna motion you over to like a little. There's an empty stable, and he's gonna walk towards the back of it, and just the shadowy corner, and then you can continue your conversation.
Okay, so we investigated a couple of the areas in question that had some relation to this, and we found a key that goes into the manacles that were found below the house. It looks like this key was either placed or dropped by Pam, who we are using as a code name for the assailant. Um, unfortunately, there's no maker's mark um, on the mannequin, and so we go to the church, um, expecting to be able to carry him out and be a protective force around him, protecting him from his life until we can get him off church grounds for interrogation. Fortunately, the priests basically said, no, no, you can't do that. He's not to have any outside communication. He is not to speak. He's taking a vow of silence. He's given up all of his possessions to the church, including his plot of land. So there's absolutely no way for us to communicate with him unless there was a break-in, which, knowing the cathedral, is not going to happen.
So you're telling me that I paid to bring that asshole back from the dead so that he could shirk his punishment and become a monk?
It's what it seems like. It seems like he knows that he is in enough danger that he does not want any chances. So he is using the church as a protective shield.
That worthless fucking piece of garbage. I should go tell the Lord. Thank you for bringing this to me.
Is this when Wilfred and I show up?
Yeah. I don't think anybody lets you in though. You guys would be like outside the gate, and the guards would be like, "What's up?"
We need to see the Lord. Ned's been captured by the church and is being held for ransom.
Oh my god.
Did that rabbit talk?
Yeah. Ned's been captured by the church and is being held ransom.
Or something. We're not sure. That's why we need to talk to him. We didn't get all the details.
I mean, who the fuck is Ned?
No, that's
Who
not
the
even the
fuck
right
is
guy.
Ned?
That's freaking Ted.
Wait, who the fuck is Ned?
Ned is the guard that died.
You know, can you
Ned
really
was
blame us
Lord
for getting
Don.
confused? Apparently, everyone in this town is Ed with a different consonant at the start.
I know. I try to
Agatha.
find your conspiracy over the wrong thing. That's how far the loophole you guys have gotten.
Look, the monks won't even let us see Ched. We have no idea if Fred is alive or not.
Yeah.
gotta
So the
talk
two
to Zed.
guards are gonna look at you, Wilfred, and they're gonna just shake their heads, and one of them's gonna say, "Do you let your rabbit speak for you like this, like all the time?"
Saves
Not
him the
really.
work of talking.
No, I just feel like letting the rabbit talk right now.
Look, this is a boring gig, but like, if you don't need something, could you fuck off, please?
Gilbert's just gonna fuck right off, like down the street and wait.
No, I start using like prestidigitation, like sparks go flying out all up in the air as like a signal to the people inside. And
Yeah, I mean
So
Sir Jacob dismisses you guys, and he walks up the stairs into the keep. You like round the corner on your way out, and you see some sparks flying.
on the other side of the portcullis gate.
Do we
What
recognize what that
the
is?
hell?
You don't know.
I go
You
I go
might
to the I go to the guards. What sort of foul mean magic was that?
I don't know. It's a fucking rabbit.
A rabbit? Did it
Hey,
have a
Agatha.
horn? Oh, there. Oh. Oh,
Shut up,
that's
What the
rabbit.
rabbit.
fuck are you doing?
No, he's mounting the rabbit. See, he's not talking. It's the gnome on top of the rabbit.
What? No. I've mounted Wilfred.
Yeah. No, they're
Oh.
calling they're calling Rever a rabbit.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. I see what's going on here. Okay, okay.
Yeah. Rabbit is a racial slur for gnomes.
I had no idea.
And he has memorized the faces of Ped and Yed.
Don't forget Ved and Zed.
I will look at the guards, look back at Revert, and just say, I am so sorry you have to deal with him.
Gnomes be gnomes. What can I say? We'll go and take our leave.
So are we discussing the rescue plan for Ted?
It seems like the Sir Jacob is gone to discuss the matter with the Lord.
Oh, good. So we'll have some night backup when we storm the cathedral. Great.
I really do not think that's going to happen.
Oh, okay. Sneaky way in it is.
I'm not sure if that'll happen either. I think we'll go off of whatever they say. It's in their hands now.
Demolitions? Isn't that kind of risky? I mean, it might kill the hostage.
No. Don't worry about it.
Revert, let's
I'm
go
sure
get
we'll
him.
find out what to do later.
Actually, how tall is the cathedral? Just ahead of time.
Dude, I don't know. Tall. It's a cathedral.
Is the cathedral tall enough that if we had the Goliath, the archery contest would be repeatable?
You definitely can't easily throw Revert up onto the roof of the cathedral. And
Okay.
even if you could, there's probably not an open window. But you could try.
But we can throw him over the wall.
Yeah, but
Did he?
the wall's like wrought iron after waist high. You don't have to throw him. You could just like sit him on the stone part of the wall and he could just walk between the bars.
But where's
What
the fun
about-
in that?
Gnomes live in gnome holes. What if we dig a hole into the cellar where they keep the sacramental wine?
Emmy's just gonna walk over
This
to the
isn't
bar.
even. It's funny because it's not even a rescue plan anymore. It's just a wine ice.
No. See, we go in through the cellar where they store the sacramental.
Let me guys know when you want to get some drinks.
See, we can do that along the way when we go and steal their sacramental wine and their
I'm
hostage.
already walking away. I'm too far for me to hear you.
I'm just gonna shout non-believer as you walk away.
So you guys really have no idea how they plan to rescue this guy. I mean, the church is holding him
Nope.
hostage.
I think the guy just legitimately took a vow of silence. It makes sense considering
told
his
you this?
circumstance. No. But it seems to make sense. It's quite logical, you see. Unlike the conspiracy of a church in with the elves, that seems a bit outlandish to me.
It seems
exactly why we picked the
outlandish
perfect cover.
that the church is trying to establish some political dominance over, say, a young lord by eliminating people who might sway him from the church's council. That seems
Well,
outlandish to you?
Why not get straight to the point then, if that's the whole purpose of this hypothetical conspiracy?
Because they want to
direct
maintain a
route-
facade of
direct-
legitimacy?
Exactly.
It just seems ridiculous. Try not to think too much about it. I'm sure this will all make sense soon.
I'm
It'll make
pretty
sense
sure
once
that the
we-
fact that you never even saw the guy, that there's like 50-50 odds they didn't even raise him. It just said they did and then claimed that he took sanctuary. How convenient that they don't have to actually let you meet him. I mean, in fact, the church could really kidnap just about anybody that way. Lock them in a cell and say they asked for sanctuary and have agreed to a life of seclusion, never to be seen again. Wonder how many people
This-
that's happened to.
I feel
Someone
like
speaks
they
out
wouldn't
against
be
the
able to get
church. The
away
church
with
is too
it.
powerful. Oh, wait. The guy who claimed this only claimed sanctuary. Yeah, well.
Okay. I've got enough amusement from these conspiracy theories. Robert, you get inspiration for being funny.
Thank you.
Also, not Gilbert. Wilford's not going to say this out loud, but currently his entire view of the church is being deconstructed brick by brick.
Fucking heretic.
Look. Let's assume you're right. Let's assume he asked for sanctuary. If we can reach him, so can the elves. Wouldn't it be better to warn him? With friendly faces, and at the very least, confirm that he does in fact want sanctuary? And if we can reach him, at least then he knows that perhaps he should seek safer accommodations?
I feel like we're stepping on way too many taboos here. You might be fine to be able to get away with it because you're a gnome, but I don't think that'll go through nearly as smoothly for us. I'm being frank here, but yeah.
I suppose at this point we should ask ourselves, why do we care again?
About the church conspiracy with the elves to, install a puppet lord and take over the city and the barony?
I mean, okay, yes, that, but immediately, why are we overly concerned about it?
Oh, because we wanted to ask him why the elves want him dead. And
Couldn't we
potentially
just wait?
wait. You just want to wait outside the church and wait for the elves to try again? I mean, I suppose that would work.
Exactly. We could just kind of, keep an eye out. The elves are probably going to find him. We ensure word is spread that, oh, hey, what's his face has Zed? I keep forgetting his name. That Zed has gone and decided to become a monk. We get that spread all over town, and eventually, elves will hear about it.
That could work. Might sell him up. I mean, you're kind of selling him up the river there.
Yeah.
Because chances are, if the elves get to him, we're not going to be able to get to him to save him. He'll just end up dead. Well, re-dead. Undead? Undead?
This whole matter feels uncomfortable. Why don't we just let Sir Jacob handle this for now and play by ear until then?
I mean, in this instance, though, this would also allow us to test the conspiracy. If the church and the elves are in cahoots, we won't see the elves attempt to assassinate him because he was never brought back in the first place.
You guys are great.
God damn it. You're setting yourself up for failure.
I mean, it's humorous. I'll give it that.
It has as much evidence for it as the theory that the church was telling the truth.
I know, but it's just stupid.
Actually, does the church ever ask about why people were wanting to seek sanctuary?
Well, I guess the implication he died recently is a reason enough.
Probably, but I would imagine normally they would ask, so it's like, why are you seeking sanctuary? Well, because the other church wanted to burn me for blasphemy.
Yeah, it's basically if you're willing to like you do have to confess, but as long as you accept the terms and conditions, that they set, you get sanctuary. That being said,
So
the terms and conditions get increasingly more harsh the worse the thing you did is. And everyone in the church doesn't know what he did, only whoever the one person he confessed to was.
right. And would these conditions that we've been informed of, are those unusually stern?
They're pretty much like the general maximum for, you know, like what you would do to get sanctuary. I mean, if you needed sanctuary for like political reasons, you wouldn't need to do this. You would just go and sweep up, basically, and you could stay for months to a couple of years that way and not have to give away your life.
Church's
You would have to
basement.
do work. You would have to do work, but you could leave. In his case, he doesn't get the option. He's he's signing away his life to the church forever, in exchange for not being dead.
Hmm. I suppose that's potentially indicative that what he did wasn't terrible.
Is
What he
this one of those?
confessed
Is this
wasn't
one of those
terrible.
churches that's like forgiveness for everything type churches? In general,
If you're willing to accept the terms and conditions, then pretty near everything. As long as they do have magic, so they can detect. They can zone a truth you're at. As part of your confession. Like you agree to confession, and then they'll zone a truth your ass and interrogate the shit out of you until they're satisfied, and then they'll set the terms and conditions.
What if we can convince the priesthood that the threat to his life is end?
They don't care. He accepted the terms and conditions. He belongs to them.
doesn't that sound a lot like kidnapping, guys?
Yeah, that sounds a lot like kidnapping.
Well, it sounds like someone being foolish and
It sounds
falling
like
under.
indentured
Yeah.
servitude.
Yep. Yep.
He agreed to it.
In the presence
And
of no one but
broke
the
it.
people that are apparently benefiting from it.
Yeah, that's
That
shifty.
doesn't sound hinky to you? Like it's
You-
not like he
most
said
of
this
you
in
are
front of
peasants.
witnesses.
Most of you are peasants, and you're already in a state of indentured servitude.
Right, but don't we have
Hold your
like
tongue.
some kind of legal protection from getting extra super duper exploited?
I mean, yeah,
Eh.
he has similar legal protection. Nobody can execute him without a trial still as a monk, which is the same as you get. There's
What if
nothing
his
in there about a fair trial, but there is something in there about a trial.
is his mother still alive? Because we know he didn't get along with his father, but is his mother still alive?
You don't know. Nobody asked.
Let's find out, and then stage an assassination attempt. Word should eventually get into that church.
You know you have a week until that other foreign dignitary shows up, right?
Oh, it's a week?
It's a week.
So we have a week to
Less
get
a
this guy
day.
out of the church. Okay.
Hmm.
Actually, you don't have a week to get this guy out of the church. You have a week to solve the whole thing.
Right.
All right.
I assume once we get the guy out of the church, it'll just unravel quite neatly.
What
That's how
what
these
happens
things
if we
work. Yep.
fail?
What was that?
If
What
we
happens
fail,
if
we
we
plant
fail?
evidence that we were correct and just let nature take its course.
Are we even obligated to do anything?
I mean, a knight literally told us, "You go do this."
That's
Yeah,
true. We are
Yeah.
but
we are mere peasants.
You have been obligated to the task.
I just find it interesting.
Hmm.
Yeah, the gnome could probably get away with like just walking away from this, but nobody else here could get away from it.
I mean, there's nothing reasonable we can do that isn't illegal one way or another. So,
I mean,
How many people are in a
there's
church?
not any legal like you've been tasked with this thing. So if you fail, you can be punished for it. If you don't attempt it, you can be punished for it. I mean, basically on the knight's whim, you can be punished for it. If you succeed and the knight decides he doesn't like the cut of your jib, I mean, he can find a way to make your life hell if he really wants to. I mean, he can't execute you for it. He'd have to get the Lord's permission, and you'd have to go in front of the Lord and plead your case. But I mean, that's up to you whether you think that that's something Sir Jacob would do. You know.
Is there anyone
Sir
here that
Jacob
the
said, "Wait while I talk to the Lord." I don't feel like we should be doing anything at the moment. We could be making
well,
things worse by doing that.
I mean, yeah, but at this point we're brainstorming and reasoning out the
Hey,
very clear
maybe if
web
the
of
city has
conspiracy.
like a wise man or wise woman, maybe they would know how to get in contact with the elves.
Do you mean like a rambling man off of the street?
No, I mean like a wise man, a wise woman, a medicine man, if you would. Kind
Oh,
of a folk type
Those of you,
person, folksy type
Wilfred, you'd
folk.
be vaguely aware that there's basically a witch that lives in the woods near Skeen. I mean, everyone calls her a witch. She's just like an herbalist, but
I mean, I guess since we are not
yeah,
able to do anything at the moment, it wouldn't hurt to.
yeah. We could talk to the local herbalist and AGR. Are there any spots in the woods that are like extra spoopy that Wilfred would, avoid out of superstition?
Same.
Given that he spends a copious amount of time in the woods.
I
yeah,
literally live there.
um,
Same.
yeah. Hold on a minute.
Also, if we can get access to the elves' clothes, that could be useful.
Well, I would caution you about making him more fearful. He's so afraid for his life. Let's assume for a moment that the church isn't hostile, that they are on the up and up. Let's assume he actually asked for sanctuary and got it. He is so afraid for his life, he was willing to accept a vow of permanent silence, and no incommunicado, and a lifetime of servitude to them in exchange for their protection, as dubious as the church may be able to offer against, elvish assassins.
Oh,
If
I
you make
wasn't
him more
recommending.
afraid, such as by leaving spooky knives in his bed or showing up all around him in elvish cloaks, he may break and run and just go on the lam, and finding him may be just that much harder. Right now, we know where he is, assuming
I
they
mean,
actually raised him.
the spooky clothes thing was more of a if we can find like some really creepy spots in the woods at night, perhaps have one of us walk around there in the robes and see if any other elves reveal themselves, thinking that our party member is in fact their missing assassin.
Okay,
I think you're
so
forgetting that elves glow.
yeah,
It'd be pretty easy to tell that you're not an elf if you're not glowing.
so
That's why we
both of you
use.
woodsmen would know in the slithering thicket where the witch's hut is. She has a little shack out there about 20 or 30 minutes away. To the east is a clearing with a large round hill, and everything is so quiet there that none of you, like neither of you, really ever have had the guts to walk into that clearing. That's probably the only spooky place you know of in the local woods. Like that's more spooky than woods with bears and stuff.
Let's
What if
fucking
we
go
leave
there.
some of the Yeah, what if we leave some of the elven clothes there and a sign that says "You done fucked up"?
Elven
going on
clothes. Didn't the one elf that we see have just regular clothes trying to blend in?
Yes.
She looked like a human until we killed her.
Yeah, I'm saying we leave the clothes because, perhaps the next group of elves will recognize the, handiwork. Or at the very least, be curious why there's a bunch of fucking clothes outside of their planar portal.
Yeah, that's gonna that's not how that. But we should go there. Like, what time of day is it?
Well, the thing you were supposed to do wasn't until lunchtime, so it's after lunchtime. By now, since you've been to the castle, it's probably 2 or 3 o'clock.
How far away is this clearing?
I mean, to get to skiing, this is how long did I say it was? Oh,
Couple
I'm gonna
hours.
go with 2 or 3 hours. To get in there, it's really another half hour, so 3.5 hours maybe.
That's fine. We can get there before sundown.
I suppose out of character. Under, I don't suppose you have the message cantrip, do you?
Oh, so fucking useful right now. I was thinking about that earlier.
Nope.
Nuts. We could just fucking message the guy.
Yeah, just stand outside the wall and point.
I have it.
Idle does.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Excellent.
It was either that or mending, and I figured Under would take mending.
Yeah, about that.
He didn't take mending.
Rip.
I took Minor Illusion, Mold Earth, and Ray of Frost.
Well, I can take mending because I'm gonna be a cleric, but that's gonna be in like 3 levels. Okay, then do we know of Idle? Do our characters know that Idle has this ability? Would Idle
I haven't used any magic.
I prefer to think of this as players going, hey, here's an ability that'd be useful. Anyone have that? And then let the blanks be filled in by the.
If only we had a way to
How-
get him a message through solid walls.
So if Idle would think of it, that'd be handy.
How
only if I don't know.
large is this building?
It's a cathedral. It is pretty big.
So we check out the clearing then.
Well, I mean, it's a little too late in the day to do the
Hello?
to go back.
Yeah, we hear you.
We hear you. He muted himself.
He's muted.
Com check?
You've
Mute,
muted
yeah.
yourself.
He's deafened himself.
Ah, nuts.
God damn it.
Hey, you got it.
Hey, look, you stopped muting yourself.
Deafening myself.
All right.
Deafening
Sorry
you.
about that.
I don't know how that keeps happening.
So,
It has to do with my touch screen. There, like part of the palm of my hand will bump that when I'm keeping the screen active, so I can see you
now,
talk.
what are you guys doing?
How
Yeah.
long will it be before the church moves to repossess that guy's house? Do we know?
You don't know?
What if we hang out inside and knock out everyone who comes in to repossess the house?
What, you mean the guards?
Where can I get 15 minutes of almost
I'm
complete
joking.
privacy?
What'd you say, Idle?
Where can I get 15 minutes of privacy? Out in the forest, probably.
I mean, in the forest, sure.
Pretty sure the bathhouse charges by the minute.
There are places in town you could get privacy. Yeah, you could go to the bathhouse. They don't charge by the minute. You can take a bath. They give you an hour. They'll give you some companionship there as well if you need it.
That sounds like the water gets very dirty.
I mean, it depends on what you ask them to do, because some stuff is cheaper than other stuff. Just some help scrubbing your back is relatively cheap.
Wilfred, Rayvart, could you two come with me for a bit?
Sure.
Out to the forest.
Sure.
Okay, so you head out the north or the south gate of town.
Whichever one's closer.
I guess what?
I guess you guys were that you were at the castle last?
We were walking back from the castle. I thought we were going to the pub.
Yeah, I assumed that we were at the pub having this conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, I need a drink after all this conspiracy shit.
Well, from the pub you might be closer to the south gate.
Alright, I'll just head a couple minutes out of the town and look for a spot off the path.
I mean, yeah, you walk right out the south gate. There's an inn a few minutes down the road. You can see it. There's also a lot of farmland out here. You can basically just walk out into a field and talk.
I would like to find somewhere that I can ritual cast Find Familiar and not be seen or heard.
Yeah. You walk off the beaten path into one of the fields, and I mean it's the middle of summer. Stuff's starting to get pretty tall, so yeah, you can do that without being seen.
I'll just keep a lookout while he's doing it.
Alright. Is there any problems with the 11 minutes it takes?
No,
Poof, barn owl.
cool.
Neat.
I might be able to get someone inside and find this guy.
Okay. Sounds
Question.
good to me.
When you bamf in and out of the demiplane, do you have to do vocal components to do that?
I think it just says as an action.
Because casting the spell requires vocal and somatic components, but the bamf thing.
I'm not gonna worry about it.
Okay, so I could just do it mentally.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's never come up, believe it or not.
Well, you've never had to bamf something on the other side of a wall without anyone noticing.
Sure you have.
Things kind of cut out there. What are we talking about specifically? About bamfing?
A familiar.
We're going to bamf Idol's owl into the cathedral, and besides making a mess, it's hopefully going to find the hostage and deliver a message.
Oh, excellent. Sounds good to me.
You do not have to see where it bamfs into.
Yeah.
Okay, so what message are we going to give it, Idol?
I don't know.
And how do you plan to get the message to the owl once it's on the other side of the wall?
Can we tie it to its foot?
Am I here? Can I talk?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Wait. I thought just 3 people were in the woods.
The point is, I don't care if you talk. I don't think it's unreasonable for you guys to share this information in the time between doing these actions. It's
Okay.
You guys come back from the pub.
Well, I don't think we're coming back to the pub just yet, but what's your thought?
Well, he has the message cantrip as well. So he uses the familiar as a scout to find where the target is. And then, if it's within 120 feet, he uses the message cantrip to actually communicate so that there's not like a piece of paper rolled up tied to the foot of the owl that's clearly like trying to do something.
There is a problem with that. Message is stopped by a foot of stone, and usually a single wall is like a meter or 2 meters thick on a castle. I don't know how thick it would be on a cathedral.
At a minimum, we're looking at 9 inches for the outer wall if it's a big cathedral.
Well, no, you're inside the cathedral while you do this. You're just like in a side room or something.
So we're infiltrating the cathedral. Okay.
You go into the cathedral and then you just like pop into a closet or something, and then you just cast the.
I mean, they have sermons. You can get into the main room, the main hall.
And that gets us a lot closer physically, and it doesn't have to go straight. It goes around the corner. And if we're close enough, the 120 feet will be enough to actually get to him. Unless he's in literally a concrete box that has no doors.
You mean like a coffin in the crypt?
Yes.
Because they didn't actually raise him.
My God.
Sure.
Jesus Christ, I need a drink.
See, that's why we could burrow in, find out if there's a coffin.
And we bring explosives to affect entry.
Someone please tell the misguided Revart how bad an idea that is.
I
Please.
can't exactly go.
It sounds good to me.
I can't exactly go cast magic in the middle of the cathedral. It's not something I typically smile upon.
You said what?
I can't really go casting magic in the middle of a sermon. That's
So what you're
first of
saying is
all,
you need a big, loud distraction outside.
No. You just hop into a side room.
I'm not very subtle like that.
You've probably been in the cathedral, so you would know the only way to get to like a side room, like the main entrance. There's no way to get into anywhere that's not the main hall unless you go all the way to the back behind the like behind the altar and the the whole. You'd have to go all the way to the back. Where the
Do they
priest-
have confessionals?
They do have confessionals. Yes.
No, you can just step into a confessional. Just
Or the
make sure
doors.
that the other side's not occupied.
How would I get into the building though?
During a
You
sermon.
literally walk in.
Yeah, they have public
the front
masses.
door opens. Yeah.
Here's
So-
the better question. Do they have a public mass coming up within this next week?
I mean, they do, but it's kind of towards the end of your time. This whole thing started on a Wednesday. Temple is Tuesday, so they have church on Tuesday.
They don't have daily mass.
They have like a shorter, smaller thing, but they don't like very often. They don't use the whole. It's the big thing where they are actually using the main chamber. Like they'll do it outside. They have like a thing where the like they'll do it on the main steps daily.
Oh,
People
so we
just
wouldn't
bring
actually be able to get in.
Yeah.
You said earlier that I could get into some of the back areas. if I had
You
some sort of
you
need.
could get in. They will let you in. They would probably let you into some of the areas that are on the grounds, but not in the cathedral. Like there are side buildings where they bunk like groundskeepers, and some of the upper level clergy have have like a house outside the
Okay.
you know. So there's like a little manor at the back of the property where they like the deacon live.
Would it be possible for me to bring Idol with me, or is that a solely me?
It would probably be frowned upon. It may be allowed, but it would be frowned upon. It
Do
would
they give
definitely
tours?
arouse suspicion. They do not give tours.
Okay, well, I'm not.
If any of you were nobles, they might like take you all the way up to where the bell tower is and show you all around, but they don't give tours to
To
everyone.
gnomes?
Definitely not the gnomes.
In the living quarters that I might have access to, there would have to be an outhouse.
Yes, but it's not inside of the cathedral.
Okay, but it's still on the grounds closer to the
Yes.
back area that we think he probably is located. I mean, do I know if the cathedral has like a 3-story basement?
You would be pretty sure it doesn't have a 3-story basement.
But maybe a 2-story basement.
It's almost certainly got an undercroft, and it may have a small area, like below that even, but it's probably not more than a 1-story basement. It might have a couple of rooms that are lower than that still, crypts essentially, but nothing else.
I don't think it would be reasonable for them to keep him out of sunlight as well.
You don't know. His life is in danger. You don't know where they would keep him.
You know, it's worth pointing out that since we've never made contact with him post-mortem, he could very well have been spirited out of the city already to, say, a monastery.
Hmm.
Wouldn't be too hard. Throw a baggy robe over him, a hood up, a little procession going on, and just walk right out the front gate, no one the wiser.
That makes sense.
So you think that it would be useful to try to message him on the monastery ground?
I think it would be useful to first locate where he is before worrying about infiltration. Because if we can confirm that he is not in the cathedral, any time we spend planning to get into the cathedral is wasted.
Well, I mean, how are we supposed to locate him if we?
Well, we have an owl.
Well, also, don't you have access to the monastery?
I do, but I just like.
The monastery was
I
an
mean,
example. They may have other facilities, like a winery or an ale making facility that the church owns
Now,
and administers outside of the
as
city.
there is a cloister in the monastery that you would not have full access to, because you're not like a full monk. You have access to the grounds, a lot of the facilities, but where the monks are actually cloistered, you are not allowed. The ones that are in seclusion. Depending on the vows they've each taken, some of them are allowed outside to tend the grounds. Some of them
yeah.
are not. You're not at that stage of commitment where you would not be allowed out.
Yeah. How big is that area? Like is it like 90 feet by 90 feet, or is it like a whole farm?
No, it's I don't know. It's got a courtyard with a garden that's fairly substantial. It has uh, a kitchen and a dining area with, I don't know. It's probably got room for 15 or 20 um, monks in there to live like in close proximity, but not bumping elbows everywhere. They have a bunkhouse that's pretty big inside that space that's separate from the bunkhouse where like the groundskeepers and stuff would stay, larger than that space.
Yeah.
They like the kitchens are shared. You could probably get into the kitchens, and actually in the larder of the kitchens, which is underground, it's a cellar. You could get in there, and they actually um, they keep if a monk does something and they need to they need to jail a monk, they will put them in a cell in the larder. Um, and they can keep them there for quite some time. Sometimes that's used as a punishment. So it's possible you've seen the inside of that if you had like a transgression of some sort. It doesn't necessarily mean you're in a lot of trouble. They expect these kinds of things. It's a tough life, but you know, you could have ended up in one of those at some point. But you
And
wouldn't have
is
access
this,
to the rest of that interior area.
yeah, but in the kitchen larder, is this an area that I would be able to bring idol into, or just
No, absolutely not. You would know that most of that area inside the monastery is open air, like because there's a large courtyard. The main halls they travel around are just overhangs. Um,
mm,
but it's like it's a it's enclosed, so there's no roof, but it's enclosed, and that whole thing is walled in inside the
yeah,
monastery. So
okay. Well, um so if I was inside and I was walking around in like the garden and idol was sitting outside the wall and looking through the
Again, I
familiar.
think we're getting ahead of ourselves. We don't know where he is yet.
I'm let me finish. Would I be within the 120 foot from message so that idol could communicate with me if I am walking around in that open air area?
that depends exactly where you're standing in that open area.
Okay, so it's not fully covered, but a, at least a part of it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he said he was to have no outside contact and a vow of silence,
So they said.
which probably means that they're not going to let him walk around even in the cloister after just a. So even if I did kind of spend a week helping out in the kitchens, tending to the garden, there's probably not a good chance that I would run into him.
You would know that, like, um, when you get like fresh acolytes in there, they if they're prepared to go to the cloister, there's a chapel in there. They basically go in the main doors of that chapel. Um, that the thing is locked at like morning, and like like 4 in the morning, that chapel is locked down tight because it's connected to that cloister. It's used by other people the rest of the day, like they use it for resurrections and stuff. But at dawn, it's locked down to the outside world so that the monks inside can go in there, and they have like a choir. They sing a lot. They have a long service, and they go about their business. But it's a place that you would have shared access, but that like the fresh faces go in there, the doors close, and they are just gone to the rest of the world, basically.
Never seen again.
And I would be able to get inside the chapel while it's shut down.
You would not be able to get inside the
Okay.
chapel while it is shut down. You'd be able to get in there, but you wouldn't be able to stay in there while it's shut down.
So
Okay.
It is, I will mention, it is possible you could get in there while the chapel is open. And there are balconies on the top end that connect the hallways inside of the enclosed space, and you might occasionally see a monk walking down that hallway. They're not allowed to communicate with the people in the chapel, but it is possible there's an off chance you might see them up there walking, but you wouldn't, you wouldn't be close. You wouldn't be able to get close that way.
Okay. Is there a place that Idle's owl could sit inside, like high up in the rafters in the chapel, and then just wait a full day? Like have it fly in, or have me carry it in, and then let it just fly up to the top in the rafters, and then just sit there waiting until the next morning when all is
I mean, you could probably fly in the bell tower. Um, you know, there's access that way. Um, they probably wouldn't let you walk in with an owl.
apparently, the familiar is supposed to be a celestial fate or fiend instead of a beast.
Yeah, you
it
choose
is
the type that it is.
it
I'd like to
takes the
make it a celestial.
Okay.
it takes the form of a beast, but the spirit itself is actually a celestial figure.
So what'd you like to do?
I don't know,
Well,
guys.
I think
I mean,
I think it's getting late, and that it might be a
I
good
was
place to
about to
call it
say.
here.
Yeah, give you guys some time to think it over.
Yep, we gotta plan our assault on the church.
Church
I
that I
mean,
am a part of.
are you
Not for
good
much
at
longer, I think.
So
I'm really reconsidering what am I doing with you, fella.
I mean,
No.
Yep.
are you good
um,
at not necessarily telling the entire truth, but telling the truth?
Let me put it this way: if my conspiracy theory is correct, maybe not necessarily that they hired the elven assassins themselves, but if they are holding this guy against his will and claiming he's claiming sanctuary, would that not go against your faith? Would that not make them heretics?
It would make the people who are doing those actions. Meta doesn't know whether heretics is the correct word for.
At
But
least
Apostasy.
traitors.
Apostasy.
Well,
yeah,
apostates are people who repudiate their faith. Heretics hold a faith that is not aligned with orthodoxy. So if they've completely given up the faith, yes, they are apostates. But if they've just accepted tenets that are incompatible with the orthodox belief, that would make them heretics.
that doesn't mean my faith and my connection with the flame and my ability to be spiritual and faithful and commit to the tenets of the faith. That doesn't change anything about that.
Right.
It just
What I'm
makes
saying
those-
is, if they are
Makes
acting in a
people
heretical manner, would it not give you casus belli to enter the church and seize control of it to restore it to the right?
So I'm not saying this is heresy, but that sure sounds like heresy.
The church
Yeah.
has enough bureaucracy that even if they
Yeah.
thought you were right, you would be in so much trouble.
Yeah,
Yeah.
heresy.
Yeah.
No, that's not heresy.
They would
That's
thank you
bureaucratic
as you
nonsense.
burned alive on a pyre.
Yep.
Yeah. If I was maybe like the head of like the bishop or the archbishop,
Yeah.
and this was happening below me, and I didn't know about it, and I found out, it would be pretty easy for me to be like, okay, you guys go, bye, you're done.
Yeah, but
What
but
if-
what I'm suggesting is probably just a good way to get Sarkany put under interdict.
It's
Yeah.
not good.
What if we just walk in there and kill everyone?
Just pretend it's a stable.
So this is the part where Agatha goes away and gets all of you arrested or killed for conspiracy against Sarkany.
We're not
What
conspiring.
do you mean
Sarkany.
against
Sarkany.
Sarkany? We're working in concert with the government forces.
Exactly.
Oh no.
You
Your
seem to
superior
have,
officers.
who you answer to mixed up.
Agatha, these are your orders that we're carrying out.
It's
Yeah, but
funny.
not under this
I have to
jurisdiction.
wonder.
No.
I have to personally wonder